Hello everyone, welcome back here to the CCT Season 3 Europe Series 8 closed qualifiers. We already got to see one elimination game today. Now we've got another looming on the horizon. Second series out of 4. Like I already said at the start of this day, this is sadly still an elimination to start with before we move on to UNiTY versus Leo and Fireflux versus Eternal Fire, which I suppose luckily for those teams, it's not going to be an elimination game, and it's going to be this winners match between Group A and B. But already after today, we're going to have a decent idea in terms of where Group A and B are both looking like. Earlier today, we got to have one win, have a pretty comfortable victory over NiP Impact there. First game a little bit closer, second map an absolute blowout for one win there. But as you can see, on the horizon now, we've got Y5 versus Troglodytes there. These are two teams that, I mean, they're sort of a bit like mixed teams here. We've got this, obviously, Kazakhstan side of Y5, which isn't exactly this mixed team, but hasn't played a huge amount with one another just yet, at least HLTV games. And then, obviously, Troglodytes, we do have a few names that I'm sure we're going to be able to take a bit more of a deeper dive into when we get to them. But starting off with this Y5 team, absolutely loving Oxygen's picture first and foremost. But look, we have got to see a fair share of these guys in the server, what they can do. Oxygen, firstly, I mean, this was a guy that I got to watch a fair amount on Modem. It's been a little while since we've seen him on that side, at least competing to the level that we know he can. Results weren't great for that Modem roster. Individually, we didn't get to see the greatest of things from him, particularly on that side. But there's also a lot of sort of newer faces, younger guys. Someone like, for example, Rin, it has played on a fair amount of rosters for the last couple of years, but no teams that have necessarily exactly made themselves household names yet, and it feels like this is just this Kazakhstan mix coming together, hopefully going to be forming an actual team with one another. I haven't got to watch this Y5 team play with one another so far. We did get to see them play in the Series 7 closed qualifiers, where they played against or THG. They ended up losing that series 2-0. We've seen them play yesterday against Fireflux. That was a 2-0 for Fireflux. Very comfortable 2-0 for Fireflux as well. Y5 just able to get 7 rounds in total across the whole series. And that was with Fireflux actually having a stand-in as well. So you can view things as a pretty difficult start for Y5. They've obviously got to be able to bounce back. It's now or never for them. If they aren't able to do it here, that will be them getting eliminated. And as we've seen from Series 7, where they got eliminated in the same spot, you've got to see a bit more from Y5. But on the flip side of things, we do have this Troglodyte side. There's probably going to be a few more familiar names on this server, for some people at least. Depression, obviously, most recent stint was on that Partisan side. I did like him there. We saw some nice moments, but it just wasn't anything consistent enough, and it felt like that's why the roster move came through. Mikey, of course, on Eclop. He was on that Eclop side for a fair share since the start of this year. UNiTY beforehand as well. We've seen a fair bit from Mikey here at this CCT. Had some decent performances from for Eclop when he did play for them. The issue was just a little bit inconsistent. You saw some really big games from him, but like I said, it just wasn't nearly as consistent as a side would have wanted to see. And then, of course, on the other side of things, we do have Yellow, Henu, and Smart. Obviously, the Finnish trio. Most of these guys, in fact, all of these guys coming from that Yellow roster. So it is sort of the core of that team with Depression and Mikey being added in. We got to see some nice moments from a few of these guys, but in general, that Yano team was underperforming. It was probably a bit disappointing to see Yano struggle as hard as they did. But I suppose at least one positive for the Troglodyte side is it's not exactly going to be a full new 5 coming together to play this close qualifier. These guys have played with one another. They or at least the core has played with one another. But like I said, from Henu, Smart, and Yellow, the results weren't great. And with that info, the individual performances weren't great. I want to say Henu ended up having the best rating on that Yano side, and that was at 0.94. Maybe someone had slightly better, but it wasn't by any sort of huge margin. And the occasional games that I did get to watch from Yano, it was pretty bleak at times, particularly when you consider it to some of the previous results and previous iterations of that Yano side that we have seen. But I'm excited to see Mikey. I'm excited to see Depression back on the server. I'm hoping for the other three we get to see these guys sort of start to maybe, I don't want to say rectify the mistakes, but maybe start to put themselves back into the shop window and to say, look, what happened in the past wasn't great. Now it's time to turn things around. We do have the veto here, though. We will have Train being picked by Troglodytes, Y5 bringing things onto Inferno with Overpass as that third and final. Y5, this is a completely different veto for them in general. When they played up against Fireflux, they did pick Mirage. That was the map that they looked ahead towards. So interested maybe as to why they haven't looked to do something once again. I mean, it probably is Nuke, as Nuke does tend to be sort of the map that ends up getting banned against them a fair amount of time, but Mirage does tend to be Y5's sort of main pick when they've got the option for it. So it's interesting that they're not looking to pick Mirage here and instead opting for a map like Inferno, which we've only seen them play once as this 4-5 in general, and it was a couple of weeks ago in the Series 7 closed qualifiers, but they ended up losing that map 2-1 win. So it's interesting that Mirage hasn't been picked by them. Sure, statistics haven't been great in general, 38% win rate, but they have played 8 maps, and sort of it is quite evidently the most picked map for them. So it's going to be interesting where this veto does head with Train, with Inferno, with Overpass. I'm excited to see how this one heads, but map number 1 of Train's going to be a very exciting one for us to see. We'll see what Troglodytes can do on that map, but we are going to be jumping into a short break while we wait for all the players to get ready. We'll be back with this second elimination game of the day very shortly. Map number 1, and actually the vetoes are a little bit misleading here, as instead of what we initially thought, is Mirage being picked by Troglodytes, Ancient by Y5 with Dust out that decider. So a very different looking map. So, but definitely does make more sense as to why Y5 didn't pick Mirage. Why pick it when it's already been picked against you? This is a really good looking veto though for Y5, you have to say. Get to have sort of their two best maps. And already Relics having the impact. A couple of kills. Also got to watch Relic play with Oxygen on that Medame team. Certainly had some very decent moments there. Similar with Fortuna, I believe. I do believe, if I'm not incorrect about things, it is sort of the core of this team was that Medame roster. The only two players that weren't were Rin and Singular. So yeah, we sort of got that core of Yano on one side and the core of that Medame on the other. Good start from Y5. Like I said, I do think it's a very good veto for them. Whether it's going to be enough is a different question. Obviously, I haven't got to watch much from this this Troglodyte side whatsoever. Watched them play against Eternal Fire. But they won a map. Won a map and brought the third map very close as well. But apart from that, couldn't quite get it over the line. I think it's going to be a close game between these two teams. Mikey stepped up massively there. I do think he's the kind of player who can do so. Fortuna gets a triple. And attempts to get the bomb out towards A, but nothing going to come there. So the 2-0 start for the CT side as weapons are in play now for the Ts. Gun round in play. And out towards middle, the T's go early. We are seeing some of the CTs look like they want to fight towards this position. Nade of Fortune is what finds Henu. Mikey's been tagged away at as well. I see a lot of teams very reluctant to fight towards mid, but Y5 certainly are not in the same boat. Rin gets a double first full bite. All the T's is not feeling like you'll find much success, I say, as Mikey in depression. Strike for 3 kills between them, even though Mikey being tagged down to 45 points of health, still manages to find a couple of kills. 1v2 now, though, is going to be heading towards Palace. Relic's got all of this information. Knife out for Mikey. We've got the knife out for Relic. And the backstab comes through. Mikey goes down. Y5 do win the first full buy round. Probably not as cleanly as they should have after the first few kills came through. But it is still a very important win. I mean, this double from Rin's great towards underpass. 2 quick frags from Mikey. Depression getting 1. It makes the round possible. Just a half by here for the team. Oh, Depression. That is a rough start to the round. Spam down to 14 points of health. The Molotov almost killing you, and the nade will. The play through B, but it is... I mean, whether it's red or not, it doesn't really make a difference, as Y5 have got everything they need to win this round. Will be able to do so. Relic up to 6 kills now. Again, a nice double from Mikey, just to deny the CTs making too much cash. It's been a really good looking start to this one for Y5 here. Smoke down towards ramp. Like UNiTY, the smoke will find. He's been the one bright spark of this T side, even though they are 4-0 down. Looks like any chance of winning the round is going to come off the back of him. Depression strikes. His man advantage, Relif. Hasn't quite got this time onto Mikey. He is up the ladder. And we'll find Mikey for free. We could have seen Relif get his second life kill onto Mikey this game. Not fancy taking that risk though. With Oxygen finding the kill on the head, who's small, can't get this bomb down. And just a spam through the smoke. Don't connect for Relif, but Singular will be able to find Depression and Smiles in a 1 versus 2. Does have a bit of time to play with, so we'll back off slightly. Searching for these fights, stick of the bomb. Singular can deny. We'll be able to take down Smile, but the bomb plant comes through. And Y5 find 5. This is exactly the start that they needed, and of course, with this being Blood map selection, things can start to get worrying. I'm not too concerned yet for the T's. At the end of the day, Troglodytes are on this T side, and for a team that hasn't played a lot together, I'm expecting the T side to be a little bit underwhelming. I think, in particular, when you consider a lot of teams quite heavily favour the CT side of Mirage. But I'll start to get concerned if we see sort of 7, 8 come through for Y5 without response. Do still have weapons in play. Bomb plant certainly making that available. So you get to see an all-powerful Depression as well. Rin. He's heading towards middle. Mikey caught off by Relif on the boost, and the play through A comes. Singular will find one onto Smile. Depression gets a trade onto Rin. Will spot out Singular, and has brought things closer. Great triple there from Depression. Now a 2v2. Blink and you miss it moment. Oxygen biding his time, gets caught out for Depression, who's on for the ace. What a turnaround in this round from him. 2 versus 4. Depression gets tagged down to 2 points of health. Flashbang sent over, and Depression backs away into ramp. Relif will spot out one onto yellow, but look how far away these T's are playing from. There is a smoke. There is a defuse kit. Smoke onto the bomb. Yellow just jump spotted for now, and the full stick will come through. Relif, surely not with a ninja, surely not after Depression's hard work. And Y5 do find themselves 6, and it is a heartbreaking way for Troglodytes to lose that one. Depression himself in yellow in a 2 versus 5, and he finds 4, and it's still not enough. The stick comes through. He just needs yellow to be able to deny. Can't do so though. And Y5 keep this streak going. And that's the thing. You look at that round and say it's a very close round for the T's. Realistically though, pretty dominant start from Y5. I only got that close due to Depression's heroics, and we do have an all-out for Depression. Fortuna finds though. The AWP's not going to find any impact, at least not in Depression's hands. Opening kill again for the CTs. Rin get boosted up this time. We had Relic in the last. Rin spotted out by one. Spots one close in yellow. We'll opt just to back away from this position. Progressing slightly towards short. Relic. Timing is not great there as yellow will find. Rin can get a kill back with a trades instant. Advantage now for Troglodytes. Or for Fortuna finds his second of the round. All position given up for Oxygen as the tag does come through. Mikey looks like he wants to take these fights. And understandably why, it's all on Fortuna and his AWP. Finds the first, that's the bomb going down. Flashbang dropped over. That's their first round, and it comes from a 3K from him. Obviously going to need to see a lot more of that. Or Troglodytes to be able to bring themselves into this game. I mean, money's in a rough spot for Y5. No AWP for Fortuna. Well, that's a rough way to start the round. You get the opening kill, but sadly your teammate makes sure things stay even. Well, important kill. You've got a low HP singular trapped towards default as well. 2v2 Oxygen is making this flank. Just an MP9. Quick behind though, and Smiles yet to even emerge out of ramp. Oxygen, you feel like he's primed to at least get one. Fires off a little early, but will still find the kill. Depression spotted towards CT. Singular not going to give him that fight. The shadow has been spotted. Depression fires off an AWP shot, but won't be able to fire another. Oxygen, an important flank. And it gives Y5 their 7th and keeps the winning ways coming through. Eight rounds already being played here, and Y5 probably not quite satisfied with this half yet. There's still 4 rounds remaining. I think if they can at least pick up half of them, they'll be very pleased with this. 8 rounds, you say is a good CT side. Anything more, you say is a great CT side. The nade, look at that damage. Mikey half HP, bit of chip damage onto yellow, and Depression just making these players one-hit headshot with the M4s. Rin's done a really good job this game to get some of these opening kills. I think that's the 3rd opening kill Rin's found this game, but to be fair to Y5 in general, they've been very good at getting the openings. Only been disadvantaged once, and that was around when Mikey found a frag in middle. And if I'm correct, I think they still ended up losing that round. Fortuna with the AWP, turning from the flash. They sent over. Depression will find one onto Relic. Fortuna now under pressure towards short. AWP shot. Not baited out. The kill's just found. And Oxygen spotted here towards B. Will still find Depression and keeps himself alive. Buys time for Rin to rotate in. The issue is the plays elsewhere. Rin the only player of any significant health. Oxygen just holding this position towards murder hole. Rin finds Smile. I mean, we need to see Mikey make a move. Bomb has been tapped. Mikey with a Mac 10. Doesn't even find Oxygen. Even though Oxygen's 1 bullet from death, he still finds the AK. And Y5 cannot be stopped here on Mirage. And this is the danger of this map veto, like I said. I actually do think if we end up seeing UNiTY be the team to pick first, I do think there's a really good chance they pick Mirage. But it's the fact that we see Troglodytes end up picking it against them. It just gives UNiTY an easy pick of Ancient, which is their second most played map, as well as statistically their best. Just a silent contact play out through A. I like the change up. Rin does get a kill back. Fortuna on the AWP. Scurries away back through the smoke towards connector. 4-on-4. As Utah's lined up, naded the smoke. Goes one, yellow through the smoke, gives Rin, I say, an easy frag, apparently not. And it's all on Relith, 1 versus 3. A lot of dangerous plays there from Troglodytes. They get away with it. Relith. Surely gonna be found. We'll just be forced to drop this smoke. Flashbang to boot. Chance of him saving this AWP feels slim. And Depression finds, pushing through the smoke. Takes him down, upgrades the AK to an AWP himself. And Money is actually in a tough spot now for the CTs. And it's the question in terms of what do they want to go for, because Relith can't find the next. So Relith's already fully invested, and yeah, this is going to be a force buy. And it's a bit unlucky for UNiTY that it comes at that moment, because they don't have weapons to play with, and although 8 will be a good half, even if it finishes 8-4, the fact that they could have found so much more, the fact they still could find so much more as the half buy, or the fourth buy I should say, does get them an advantage. Fortuna tags slightly in the flames, we'll just back away through a bomb. Depression is here, and can find one. Depression's going to peek back into this angle, oxygen found. But another 1v1 going to be occurring deep towards T-spawn. Rin finds with the MP9. The T's, they've got information of one. Question's going to be, is where is Singular? Towards jungle here, it's going to be about timing. Mikey's back's turned, he goes down. They know the second play is the AWPer. Singular just tries to bait out the AWP shot, goes for the wide swing, does find, and the force bite works out. Singular instantly just going for the AK there means Fortuna, no AWP can be dropped over, I don't think. I mean, it was a great round from Depression to find sort of the kills back, but it's just these 1v1s. Rin finding yellow, and Mikey's timing towards jungle's unlucky. Bottom out of the half, though, UNiTY do find 9. I was going to say it's unlucky that probably Troglodytes can reset them at that point, because it just means UNiTY, those final 2 rounds won't have a great buy, but it doesn't seem to matter. They win the force buy. They're winning seemingly every round. Mikey gets the opening kill onto Rin towards middle. Singular just spams through the smoke onto Smile and will find one. Mikey could push through the smoke and gives Fortuna a freebie. A Singular from deeper has spammed through the smoke to find one. Henu is nearby and can look for the trade. The issue is you've got Relith boosted up and a player towards short. Pressure's AWP's going to be what peaks and is ready for it. We've seen the moves on a few too many occasions. The MP9 swings and it's down to a 1v1. AWPer versus AWPer. We'll see one of which doesn't have the AWP. Depression darting between each of these angles, ready towards window, but can't back away into safety. Fortuna swings, finds 3k from him. And UNiTY, quite a hasty first half here. 10 rounds found. Like I said, I do think Troglodytes are going to struggle a lot more on their T side than they will their CT. But whether or not I think that's going to be enough of a difference. I'm not quite sure. I mean, they had a decent result against Eternal Fire. Sure, don't get me wrong, it's not the same Eternal Fire as of. And it's certainly not been an Eternal Fire that I've found nearly the same level of success that they certainly would have wanted to. But it's still a decent result getting a map off of them in your first series as a full 5. Bringing the third one close as well. Pressure aggressive here towards Palace. Spotted by Fortuna. Found by Fortuna. Got the bomb on Oxygen. I think he's going to be peeking him here. We are seeing a boost in the meantime. USP misses the shots though, and Relif is able to 90-degree flick onto him. And it's all on Smile. 1 versus 4. He's only found 4 kills across the whole map. Make it 6 now. Oxygen's stepped close. He's going to reconsider taking this fight, and understandably so. No need to lose your head on this round. Not when the job has felt like it's been done. Smile back turns, has been tagged down, has been found by Fortuna. And by 5 with the second half pistol win. Such a necessary pistol. The troglodytes to find. Two rounds away are Y5. Shouldn't come as a shock to anyone that we've seen a force by here. Nice time from Depression. So crucial for the CTs to win this. Smile Oxygen not catching a glimpse there of Smile will cost his life. Rin found towards short. Rounds falling pretty short and pretty flat here for Y5, so it does feel like Troglodytes will at least be able to get to play with a full bite, unless we see Relif and Singular win this 2 versus 5. Relif does get the first, Relif does get the second. All down to 3 points of health though. He's back away. As we see some mid-aggression now from the CTs, confirming this portion of the map is clear. Palace space taken from yellow. You're having Relif be the first player to push into Palace. He is just 3 points of health. Smile as well, rotating in. Yellow's 5-7 finds 1. Yellow's 5-7 finds them both. Troglodytes do win the second round, forced by the second half. Give themselves a little bit of wiggle room to play with. But they are still so far from where they want to be. And a force buy now. Force buy now from Y5. It's looking like an easier one here. Rin does get a kill, but it's still a 2 versus 4. Dink onto Smile. Shouldn't matter all too much as Rin's out towards middle. Yellow and Henu swinging together. We'll find Rin. And 11-4, still a long road back for the CTs if there's any chance in this one. They just didn't have enough battle on their T side. I just don't believe. Obviously, we saw a bit of a battering from UNiTY where they played against Fireflux. Only able to find 2 rounds in that game. One would be great here and almost comes down, in fact. Yellow, a lot of targets to find, and 1 point almost somehow made it out. But that is the 5th that we're expecting. Weapons in play again, and Rin, he's found early. A lot of damage dealt to Singular as well. Yellow makes his way under Palace here. Pressure will find Singular. Yellow through the smoke, taking down Oxygen. And another near impossible clutch. Relef alone to be found by Henu. And this is what I mean. Like I was expecting, this is a far better showing from Troglodytes. I mean, the question is it still going to be enough, though? Nade from Mikey could do some serious damage. Main run of it actually dodged. Rin spotting out Mikey. Yellow will be found under Balk. And now you can see the T's paranoid about Relif, and they should be. Relif strikes, him and Oxygen combined. They find 2 of them. Weapons to be retrieved. Both final CTs and CT spawn. Oxygen behind Triple does get found, and now UNiTY realized their mistake. They had to clear the bomb site, but they still fight this, and they still find the success. And this is the danger for Troglodytes. When you're 11-2 down, I don't think it matters what team you are. Eventually, mistakes can be made. Eventually, you can... I mean, mistakes are going to be made in any CS game. Teams win half-buys. Teams win force-buys, things like this. And perfect Counter-Strike, you never drop around. And UNiTY, if they do it with the pistols, it's the play towards connector that really seals the deal. There's 6 opportunities for UNiTY to walk away with victory here. Like, he does get the opener. Rin spots 1 out towards CT. But does get that kill back. He chips away at Rin. It's still a 4-on-4. 50 seconds remaining. Orb shot connects onto Mikey. Lucky to be alive. In the meantime, got Relic pushing out towards B. He does spot out Henu. Does some good damage to Henu. 3-on-3 with Yellow going down. Although you've got low HP Rin and a low HP Oxygen, it might not matter. And you've got the AWP on Smile, and Henu's equally as low. Who kills away RY5. Rin back turns in CT, just not even considering the possibility. Fortuna's AWP strikes, and it's all on Smile. Got a nade that could find oxygen. I think Fortuna spotted him there. Nade will confirm the positioning. And smoke on the bomb. Does have a defuse kit. It's going to be this stick. Stick won't be allowed to come through. Oxygen does find. Y5 do win map number 1. Their opponent's map pick in pretty one-sided fashion. 13-6 there. Great CT side from Y5. And the fact that they go on to win the second half pistol as well, it feels bound to go their way. It felt like they did do more than enough there. And look, you had quite a fair few close rounds. I think the one that felt the most devastating early on is when Depression found the 4K, where he was able to sort of bring that round so close in the first half, just for Relif to stick the Ninja Defuse and win a 1 versus 2 due to that. Saw some nice moments from Y5. Troglodytes had a little bit of a resurgence since moving on to their second half, but like I said, when you're 11-2 down, you're bound to eventually drop some rounds, and they did. They lost at the half by then losing that round there. Y5, without a shadow of a doubt, they were the better team today. And this is also the dangers of, like I said, pick and Mirage against a team that their main pick is Mirage. It sort of feels that you give your opponents a free map pick. And now we're going to move on to Ancient. This isn't a map that we got to see Troglodytes play. Not against Eternal Fire, at least. And that's the only series that we've seen this roster actually play there whatsoever. And I suppose one positive is not exactly like Troglodytes banned Ancient. It was Eternal Fire that did that. So maybe we would have seen a world where Troglodytes could have ended up playing on that map. Regardless, we're moving on to Ancient next. This is Y5's opportunity now to eliminate Troglodytes and keep themselves in Group B and keep themselves alive here in the CCT Series 8. Whether they can do or not, we'll have to wait and see after a short 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with Ancient. We'll catch you in a second.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Map number 2 here, Y5 with a pretty dominant performance on Mirage. That was obviously Troglodyte's map selection. This is Y5. Not normally their go-to map pick that we've seen over the last few months, but if Mirage isn't a possibility, this is their standard second. Question for me is going to be, what do Troglodytes have to offer us here on this map? I think it's a big plus that they're going to be starting on this CT side. Henry with a great find onto Relief. And Rin towards Cave, gets a freebie onto Mikey. Can he find Henry as well? No. Henry finds his second of the round. Bomb will get planted. Henry finally shut down. And as the smoke clears, Oxygen, we're going to spot out a few more players than he wants to. Flashbang to be thrown. It's a great flash, but Yellow still finds one. Stick of the bomb. It's full 10 seconds. Fortuna finds one. And Peak can't quite deny the bomb. Swapping over. I say swapping over, reloading the USP. And the two CTs make the decision to push with one another. Big round there from all three of the Finns. I know in particular, I mean, the flashbang that was thrown from Oxygen on the bomb site was great. The issue is his teammate went down before it. And he was sort of instantly found just as Yellow spotted beforehand. An important round for Troglodytes to win. And being on the CT side, I think if they can have a decent enough game, decent enough start, and there certainly is the possibility they can bounce back here on map number 2. So much early util damage. The health of Oxygen, Relief, and Rin. This is a force bite. 2-man advantage as well from the CTs. His force bite is surely going to fall a bit flat. Fortuna will find one onto Mikey. He start to emerge towards A. Smoke thrown. Henu going to be playing in front of this though. Fortuna does get found. Relief finds one of his own. Henu falls. Keeps things competitive, but it's Smile's turn to push through the smoke. And Relief not ready. Smile doubles up. Triple in total. Not majorly sure the decision for the deeper smoke for Y5 because it sort of allowed things to get a little bit dicey at times, but it certainly did bring the round back considering they were in a 2-man disadvantage. Clean. Round here by the looks of things, just to play through mid. UNiTY's not good enough to make Troglodytes feel uncomfortable. Rin will find 2 of the Tech 9 actually. Nice couple of kills. But it does get swarmed upon, will get found. And with the loss bonus increased, we'll still sit behind this one. And if a bomb plant comes through, even if Y5 lose, then bring out an investment in the next as well. But this is their map pick. They've got a chance of 2-0 Troglodytes and keeping themselves alive here in the CCT Series 8 closed qualifiers. But I always thought this game was going to be competitive. I would be surprised if it was a 2-0. Y5 certainly have the chance to do so. 2-man advantage is the start that the T's need. Smile through the smoke, comes out on top of Relief. Oxygen might actually give up a gunfight here. Pushes into cave. Chip away at Smile from a great HE grenade. Depression here out towards middle. Taking all of this space. Is he going to be ready for Rin behind the boxes, though? Seemingly not, but Rin hasn't spotted. Finally, Rin might have just caught a glimpse of a foot or something. Does take down Depression. Bomb gets planted towards A. We've got Oxygen over on the B side of things, just keeping the CTs locked out of a save. We'll take down the low HP Smile. It's all on yellow. Rin maneuvering to support his teammate. And it's a clean sweep from Y5. Takes them a few rounds to get going, but when the weapons come out, this initial mid take finds them 2 frags. And even in this gunfight, Relief looked pretty favoured. Didn't really manage to spot. Make a huge difference though. Instantly money has been tested for the CTs. 3 MP9s. Depression does have the AWP though. He's the only real premium weapon in play. We don't even have an M4 on Smile, just a FAMAS. Oxygen tagged up through the wall. Opts to back away. These spams don't look far off. Eventually, the last couple of bullets do connect onto Mikey. And he's got this space towards Red Room, but I doubt he's going to take the risk of pushing out any further. Mikey, who could get caught off, and he does. Yellow spots 2 towards ramp as well. Smile forced deep hit into cave, but luckily for him, none of the T's are going to be facing him off just yet. Finally, we're starting to see Rin activate towards red room. Still being held by depression. And Rin will just be a player to catch off these lurks, these rotates. And the timing's really rough for Henu. Going towards mid, Smile is found. Henu can strike in the back lines, but not before Rin finds a second. Finally, Henu does get the trade. The damage has already been dealt. And with Henu falling, without a doubt, depression wants to keep hold of this orb. Depression will find one more. Oxygen tries to finally take down this orb. Depression can save. Fortuna might look to remove this weapon, but no chance of it. I see kills there from Depression. Certainly going to be impacting the economy of Y5. They won the last round quite cleanly though, so probably not going to be too big an issue. But it is just an eco around Depression's orb. Goes without saying. Almost all of the weight of this round relies on Depression. I don't actually think the loss bonus is good enough for the CTs to be able to purchase one. I think it's just a 2.4k loss bonus, so unless Depression can look to save again, we're probably not going to be able to see the CTs have an orb in the next, so maybe that's what Depression might want to set his slates to, but he's in the action here towards B. We'll find one as Relic. No option to back away. Orb attempted to be retrieved by Henu. Taken down and found. And Mikey just backing away, not wanting this Mac 10 to get the kill reward. Tip of Mikey's head though, spotted. And was found. Three to 3, so despite the 3-0 start for Troglodytes, we're in a leveled up game for now. And Y5, if they can go on a streak like they did on map number 1, scary times could be ahead for Troglodytes. I like the reposition here from Depression though. Certainly could be overlooked. Snuck his way out of red room into cubby. Oxygen loses the gunfight onto yellow. Relic will find Smile though, so it would depend on what can Depression find. Again, we've got this angle from Rin, the barrel of the M4 spotted. Depression found. And Yellow, who won the gunfight onto Oxygen, sadly did get tagged down in that engagement. Just 38 points of health in a 1 versus 3. Relic probably will go down to Yellow. In fact, has kept himself alive, but all he needed to do was get the information for his team. In position here towards CT. Ooh, okay, I was going to say position towards CT is good enough to find the kill. Not with that initial spray that we saw. It does eventually get taken down though. Y5 will claim the lead for the first time on this map. oxygen. Gets a double with the Mac-10. This is a half bite. These players aren't all unarmored USPs. These are some decent weapons in play, but nothing's looking decent in this one so far for Troglodytes. Relic sorts out the 5-7 we'll be able to find. Aggression is on this bomb site just with a Deagle. Has been spotted towards Cave by Rin. The MP9 swings and finds. It's that initial 3-round streak though, Y5. They have been bringing themselves more than back into this game. What we have seen from this Kazakhstan side in the last few months is they have been pretty decent on this T side, where they found a lot of their success. I mean, they've been good on the CT side as well, but in the T side, that's more often than not led to some of their successes on this map. He's still thrown out towards Cave. Smile will eventually be found by the MP9, but in the meantime, Mikey gets a double in middle. Impressions flashes helping out in that regard. A disadvantaged round for Y5 to see if they can pick up the pieces from. Mikey's still here towards middle. Flash thrown into donut, but Mikey's just jump spotting. Nothing's been seen. This could potentially be orchestrated and understood by the CTs that this is likely going to be a B finish. Aggression playing the same angle that Smile played could be overlooked due to this. Going to see the peak in decay, but Fortune is not quite ready with the orb. Relic does clear and instantly finds depression. Bomb is on Fortuna. Molotov on the yellow's position. The swing comes after it. Relic looked really sharp. Mikey now in this smoke, fading it. Smoke fades, Relic swings, but Henu finds. Mikey finds the final two as well, fading out the smoke. Is it two-man disadvantage for... In fact, just a man disadvantage actually for Y5. They bring it back to an advantage situation, but Mikey is all the difference. It was a big part into why Troglodytes were able to get a map off of Eternal Fire and bring that series so close. I think he's going to need to be one of the leader men again here. Had a bit of a slower start to what we saw from him on Mirage. Jiggle from Small, being spotted. Oh, so much damage through the wall. Lots of damage dealt on either side early. Smile. Found by Fortuna. Relic taking down Mikey as well, and it's all on. Well, I was going to say it's all on yellow towards the start of the map to see if there's any chance, but has been stopped, has been halted. And he does get a kill back, so it might make this save for these final two players a little bit easier. Wi-Fi will extend their lead to 6.
Terrorists win.
And the save is going to be allowed. And there will be able to be another investment around these guns for troglodytes. Just a couple of rounds remaining. Usual thrown out in middle, nades look good. Oxygen tagged down and found. Honestly, the one thing, and the one probably pretty big positive for troglodytes here is it feels like they've had pretty decent control of mid when they've looked to fight for it. Mikey's found a lot of success over towards there. Issue with Wi-Fi finding kills elsewhere. And he does get an important one back by repeating towards middle, finds Rin. Aggression. Angle holding towards ramp. Nade thrown over. Unfortunately, just through the wall finds Henu. Yellow spotted here as well. Nade landing onto the position. Reliv finds. All on depression. These don't need to head towards this side of the map. But they are still going to. This full UNiTY hit. Both players. A flashbang thrown from Reliv will do everything that's needed. Another flashbang thrown. Depression so blinded. As Y5 extend their lead to 7, guaranteeing themselves, at the very least, this T-side victory. They can win one more. I mean, even if they don't, you consider the start of this game, this was a 3-0 lead for troglodytes off of winning the pistol. Yeah, here we are with things sort of continuing to just go downhill for troglodytes. Good start to this game, but just a poor finish. Oh, tagged down slightly by UNiTY. Mikey early kill, but depression, missed shot, cost him his life. Mikey just in this smoke. And who finds from Red Room as well. Mikey playing around the smoke, finds one more. Singular somehow snuck in the backlines towards B. The bomb can be planted. Planted for CT. Man advantage for troglodytes. No defuse kit on anyone as of now. Swing from Oxygen, finds one. It's all on Singular. He's 20 points of health against Smile. Does connect the first shot. The HP favours the Finn. And the bomb can be defused. 5 rounds found. So although Y5 do lead at the half, just about they do.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Obviously, most of the success of Troglodyte's CT side did come off of winning the pistol. I think it's going to need to be extremely necessary for Y5 to, or for Troglodytes to probably be able to win this pistol round as well. Just give themselves some of that early success. Fortuna under pressure here, but he does have backup with Rin and the Jewelies, and they're the difference. The T's not ready for the second man, not ready for the double pistols, but Mikey finds, as does Small. Players, two isolated players, just taking 1v1 fights. They've got a great setup, but they're not allowing the setup to find the success. That leaves everything to Singular. That's spotted out too. Probably has a good assumption of where the third is as well. But finding these kills is certainly harder than it looks, and we'll be able to find one, but Smile's there for a quick trade, and like I arsehole. All of those do win that pistol. The Troglodyte shouldn't have too many issues in terms of leveling up this game now. Easy pickings here. Fortuna does have a 5-7. Mikey might offer him up a gunfight. Steps have been heard. Singular tries to support, tries to get the trade, but won't be able to. And Mikey makes a decent bit of cash there with that mag temp. All square again here. Been a much closer Ancient than Mirage was. Fortuna out in middle, but it's Rin who finds the success. Out from Cave, finds a double. Fortuna chimes in with one with the MP9. The T's, I think they make a good call to look to exploit out towards A. T's isolated and allows Relative a 1v1 through the flames is Fortuna, brought down to 1 HP from the molly, but does keep himself alive. Fair few survivors. Look at the game. Rin's having 20 and 9. Unreal performance. So obviously with the MAC-10s and the SMGs finding so many frags in the last, we do still have money for Troglodytes to get an investment. Need a molly towards Cave. Rick cannot support his team through middle, as again, that's where Troglodytes look to exploit their good movements on their CCT side, defending that. No issues in terms of taking it in this one. 2-man advantage now. Fortuna is in a deep position, and the CTs will need to cross paths with him to retrieve that bomb. He will just back away towards that bomb site. Oxygen gets one back. Fortuna loses the gunfight to Depression, though. Oxygen can rotate in time. He gets a freebie onto Depression and just throwing utility. 2 players holding. I say 2 players holding. If yellow goes down, Mikey had util in hand. Again, Troglodytes will not allow Y5 to extend this lead. Mikey takes down Oxygen early. This is just a half bite. Yellow finds Reliv with just a rogue spam through the smoke. Great flashbang there. It's the basics that Chocolate just need to make sure they can do here. And seeing Herd in the flames. We get one onto Yellow, but look at the swarm of T's. Wanted to take this player down. We'll find his second. Finally put to rest, but he does walk away with 2 frags. Troglodytes reclaim their lead, but a bite is back out. No for Fortuna. I think this could be a big difference maker for the CT. Stabilize your money. Look at the weapon Rin's playing with. He's got 20 kills and he's just got an MP9. Yellow does find Rin. That's the MP9 falling. And again, Troglodyte's no issue taking middle. Reliv though, pushing through A. He's able to catch a time and find Yellow dropping this bomb as well. So, although Troglodytes have all this space, someone's going to need to reclaim this bomb. Looking at the ramp or the cave plate from the 2 CTs, if they can cleanly take down Smile, which they can't. I was going to say, if they can take down Smile, they can both look to turn on the depression, and they've got full control of the bomb. No issues. Nothing going wrong there for Troglodytes at all, as they are starting to creep their way closer. Push towards a 3rd and final of Dust. £7 from Y5 on their T side, and I did say this is the side that we've seen certainly better things from them, but wasn't expecting their CT side to be so lackluster early. Rin is in the flank. Mikey is going to watch this position. Rin's got good timing. Rin can't find anything. Lost his lines. I mean, if Rin finds Mikey, you cause so many issues there, but somehow the flank gets perfect timing onto Mikey and just can't get anything. Troglodytes hit 11, and finally I get my request. Finally we do see that AWP for Y5. Opening kill for Yellow. And this is something that on Mirage, very infrequent. Troglodytes could not find the opening kill, no matter what they did, but seemingly most of these rounds they've been able to without any issues. He's been retrieved from Oxygen now. Depression. Gonna be peeking into the angle. It's an easy find for Oxygen. Reposition from Oxygen on this AWP. Mikey. Spotted enough that Oxygen's had to back away. He does come through. Oxygen takes these gunfights, and with a retrieved AWP, he's the man that's having this impact. Out through middle. Reliv does spot. Drops out a nade, does great damage to these final two players. Relic finds one onto Smile. Mikey in a 1 versus 3. Oxygen's made a lot of noise. That's a great find with the USP. Big round from Oxygen, retrieving the AWP from Fortuna's body. And gives Y5 only their second round hit on the CT side. Being a difficult one for the CTs to really face off against. And you even look at Troglodyte's CT side, most of their success came from winning the pistol round and the rounds that came after that. Y5 without winning the pistol, they have felt a little underwhelming here. But with Fortuna finding the opening kill, with loss bonus not being great, this is a chance that Y5 could actually have to level up this game. If Troglodytes lose this round, they won't have enough money to buy the next. Should just be upgraded pistols at best. And that's where you can see Y5 bring things back to 11-11, and who knows where things can go from there. Relif does find to make it a 2-man advantage, but Smile up through ramp finds the AWP. Fortuna keeps on going here as Rin is alone. A 5 versus 3 that Y5 could let slip. Big push from Rin, huge double kick from Rin. And Rin is able to stop things getting out of hand. Been a while, Rin was sitting on 20 kills for a long time in this game. Finally able to deliver another frag. Like I said, just going to need to be a weak buy from Troglodytes. A couple of players with armor. That majority of the team with armor. New Tech 9's in play as well. Mikey, sadly, have to just wield the Glock. They're going to need to play up B. Oxygen. Oxygen the early aggression. And Rin gets a couple. Fortuna chimes in for the final frag as well. And we're all square here on Ancient. Obviously 2 rounds remaining of this game. We are going the full 24. But no certainty, even after seeing 22 rounds of play so far. Y5 2 rounds away from taking this series. Troglodytes themselves 2 rounds away from keeping themselves alive here in the closed qualifier. And bringing us onto a 3rd and final. What a crucial round this is. A lot of space towards mid has been taken from Troglodytes. Y5, they are aware of it. Got Fortuna posted up with the AWP. You've got Relif nearby. Yellow, opening kill on the Oxygen as the T's look to make their way out here in A. Molotov thrown from Fortuna. It will spread towards Mikey. Mikey goes down to the flames. Relif finds one through the smoke. And he does get a kill back. And with Rin falling towards B, it opens up this chance for Depression. He will strike. The round lies on Singular. Heading over towards B. Singular is going to give it a go. We'll find the first. Flashbang's great. But Smile's been able to tuck himself away. Singular spots it, does find Depression. Was someone who was looking for a bit of a flank. Steps have been heard. Singular spotted. Bullets traded out. And Singular repositions with Depression. The HP advantage will deny the 1 versus 3. Troglodytes the first to hit 12. Unfortunately for them, they haven't been able to break the money of UNiTY. They have enough in the bank to be able to bring out an investment. And those few kills from Singular have forced Troglodytes to kill Lils in certain places, miss Juto and others. It's overtime or dust. No option for UNiTY to close things out in regulation here. And it's going to end with an A play. They're left towards cave. Util's being heard. Boost comes up. Relevant will spot, but he peeks out wide and gets a bit more than he bargained for. Singular at the back of the bomb site is able to find just the one. Yellow has been tagged down. Nades and mollies could find, but nothing's being thrown out. Util's pretty limited here. All the CTs, and the flashbang gets sent out. Rin does find Depression, but not before Depression is able to find one of his own. And it's all done here. We are going to a third and final. Option with a 1 versus 3, and he gets found by Mikey. Troglodytes have enough to offer. They've got enough in the tank to bring us all the way to map number 3 of Dust 2, which is going to be a very exciting battleground between these two teams. I'll be honest, I think Troglodytes had... in fact, I think UNiTY had all the chances to actually be able to close things out there into... The issue is the CT was so slow to get started. I mean, it was really disappointing to actually watch initially. I mean, you could just see the streak of rounds. The sort of first 7 rounds of the second half, 6 of them went the way of Troglodytes. We started to see a bit of a streak come through from UNiTY. They started to sort of not lose the opening kills as often. But that was a bit of a trend on Mirage where we did see UNiTY had no issues finding the openers, but once sort of moving over to their CT side, they just couldn't seem to find an entry without getting heavily punished. They were always the ones losing the man advantage. It was always difficult for them. I mean, I do think that 1 versus 3, that Singular almost won in round number 23. That could have been the difference maker. We ended up seeing UNiTY have the advantage there. But we see Oxygen, I want to say, loses life through the smoke. Rin get aggressive towards the B lanes, get caught out. And from there, the round sort of just unravels and spirals against them. We saw some nice CS. The issue is it was just too many rounds that UNiTY let slip away on their CT side. And against a side like Troglodyte, sure, they haven't necessarily played a huge amount together, but the names that they have on their team, we know what they can do. We've seen them on their respective teams, and some big moments there from them. Mikey certainly stepped up towards the end. Pretty slow start to that game, but did turn things around. Now, on a third and final, it's up in the air. One of these two teams have to be eliminated from Group B. Which one it's going to be is still undecided. We'll find out on Dust 2 after a short break. Map number 3 here. Troglodytes just about could outlast Y5 on Ancient. The question is, do they have enough in the tank to do it on Dust as well? Aggression early from Mikey. Singular was holding, but still got found. Now Y5 look to accelerate up towards short. Whoever player tucked it. That being Jello. Has just dropped down, and Y5 going to be setting their sights elsewhere, I think. Question exactly where do we go now? Our player towards long has been taken down. Seems like the goal of this round was going to be a hit towards A through short, and eventually we'll have Singular look to backstab and just stop anyone flanking around, but being thrown into question now, but the kills are still coming through for them. Henu's empty at 1 on the bomb site, but that's all. P swarming the site, and Funks has a man advantage. Bomb can get planted. Fortuna tagged down from long as Depression finds a kill back. 2 on 2. USP is obviously favouring at this range, and Oxygen unarmored has a Molotov. Isn't going to be able to sneak around to short though. Does get found. And Troglodytes with a pistol victory here. Depression can get the bomb defused. And big showing from Troglodytes. I mean, look, back and forth pistol there. Expecting similar things from both teams. I felt like Y5 did enough, just offering up a couple of gunfights, offering up a few frags that could have been offered. Still just didn't quite have enough. Ration, nice find on Fortuna. And here towards the lower tunnels. Can't find anything Relic finds, but Mikey makes do with his weapon and Oxygen. Out here being able to get the trade. 3 on 3. See, full investment here. Y5 desperately wanting to be able to win things here. Go on to a Singular, find Smile. It's going to be a playthrough B. And into an empty bomb site. Depression finds one with the AWP. Relic in a 1 versus 2 hit. Nothing being given to him. No gunfights offered up. It's an easy kill. It's an easy find. So disciplined there from the CTs. Just so patient in their approach. And Depression does find, and it is Troglodytes with their second on the board. Could be an easy third now. We've just been the eco from Y5. Depression strikes. I mean, I'm loving the early AWP purchase in the last round and continuing to make good use of it, even against these pistols. Properly using this range advantage. 6 kills found already. And with Singular and Fortuna just having these Desert Eagles. I was going to say, probably not a huge amount that can be done. Mikey offers up a gunfight towards top mid, and Fortuna certainly would take that. Yellow alone in long. Fortuna gets a tag with the deagle, but not the headshot. And just a 1 casualty for the CTs. And this is where we can really get a glance of what Y5 are all about on this map. I said at the start of this series, this veto has probably gone as well as it could have for Y5. troglodyte selecting Y5's main map pick. It allows Y5 to pretty easily bring things onto Ancient. With Dust 2 also being their third most played map, so they get their first, second, and third most played maps. It feels like Y5 certainly should be feeling pretty good about this series, but Dust 2 hasn't necessarily been as good for them as Ancient or Mirage have. So you can certainly argue maybe Ancient, they could have had more success confirming this series on that map than they do on this one. But they do still have some decent results on Dust. Maybe the best AmCal on this map, but it was quite a while ago when they were playing under the Modane banner. And obviously, it's not the exact same lineup that it was since back then, so you can certainly take that game with a grain of salt. Bit of a tactical pause into a technical pause here. As we are just waiting for Relif to rejoin the server. But I'm very curious about what a lot of these pieces on this troglodyte side can do. Got to watch Yellow, got to watch Henu, got to watch Smart on that Yano roster. I already said, I mean, that Yano side occasionally was a pretty difficult watch at times. Some of their performances just nowhere near to the standard that we know they should be. And I think maybe with this new look side, whether it's going to just be temporary, whether it's going to be something more permanent, we hopefully can see Yellow, Henu, and Small all form at their best again. Because, yeah, definitely didn't get to see exactly what these guys would have wanted to produce. As we have a round restart. We are live with round number 4. First weapon round of Dust 2. Weapons v weapons in play. Now, early contact in this one. Depression is searching with his AWP towards short. We'll find one and is going to be allowed to be backing away. Well, potentially the players in lower tunnels could have struck, but apparently not. Depression continues to have this impact. Saw a couple of nice rounds from Depression on map 1 and 2. But not necessarily to the level that we wanted to. Knowing that how good this guy can be on his day. I do want to see a bit more, and I think a map like Dust offers up so many chances for that to happen, particularly the way he's playing right now. Okay, thrown from Mikey towards mid, nothing spotted. Mikey elevated up. Can't find though. Depression with the AWP, just holding for the cross. Mal finds a frag in the meantime. This isn't a great retake setup they're seeing right now. It's Mikey towards CT. We've got Henu quite deep towards short. We are finally starting to see Yellow push up towards long. Flashbang is sent over. Yellow and Depression will find quick flurry of kills. And I say that's not great because of how far back and how far away all the Troglodyte players are, but converge at the exact same time. A perfect retake. Buy their time, keep the patience, keep the discipline. And do go on to find that victory there. The first weapon rounds isn't going to be where UNiTY find their first. Obviously, with the loss bonus and with the bomb plant, we can still see an investment come through for the T's. Rin out towards long with Auction by his side, but Yellow gets a quick frag and just backs away. He's done his job, done the damage. Yellow wants to get aggressive again. Flashbang comes over. Fortuna does find. Rin gets a kill back onto Henu. So it was a 3-on-3, but look at the health of these UNiTY players. Smile and Depression. The nade doesn't quite land onto Fortuna. I think if Smile throws that out, fraction of a second later, the kill comes through. The nade will find this time around, though. It's all on Rin. Molotov forcing him from advancing. He's able to back away. Has been spotted. Does actually get tagged, but eventually is finished off. And Troglodytes with another successful retake, but another bomb plant from UNiTY will allow an investment to come through again. Position towards long. UNiTY, all of their forces here. Yellow does spot, is able to back away, only taking one bullet from the Tech 9. It's not actually the full investment. UNiTY, they've gone for a strange vibe. A couple of players have fully bought, the other half haven't. Yellow, important kill back. Depression chimes in with one of his own with the AWP. Through the smokes, the CTs go. Auction does find one. Fortuna strikes. Although Auction is low, there's no damage in utility to take him out of this one. Reposition from the Troglodytes players. Depression heading towards long. Well, we've got Smile here in short. Smile's going to be the player to have the most contact early on in this round. As the smoke fades, 2 T's are playing behind this. Smoke of this position. Oh, doesn't quite spot, and Depression is just holding for anything. It kind of needs to be Depression to make the move. Smile spotted in the smoke, and it's unlucky that as you look at Depression's reposition and say, yes, it's a pretty decent one, but the issue is both the UNiTY players are just playing very close towards short, so Depression is completely out of the round, and you've essentially got a 1v2 for Smile. First round found low from UNiTY. Can they find anything more consistent? And that wasn't actually a full investment there from Troglodytes. There's obviously a couple of players with weaker weapons. Oh, shot through the wall. Disadvantage our Y5 hit. UNiTY lined up for an A execute, but the smoke might just halt things temporarily. And in fact, it could force Y5 to completely change their mind and decisions. Depression yet to die. Mid-speed still being thrown. Depression forced back through the smoke, is searching for something, yet to die, and as soon as I say it, that's when he does go down. Small alone here towards B. Flashback comes over. Small not looking towards the doors, and he does get punished for it.
Bomb has been planted.
We will just have to have the save from Troglodyte. So Y5. I asked, can they string it together? They certainly can. Or, I was going to say, is it going to be able to be saved? Mikey, what a find onto Relief there.
Terrorists win.
And with these saved weapons, we can just about see a buy out for the CTs. You can see that money's looking pretty slim now. Potentially is the chance for Y5 to be able to bounce back. Fortuna searching for something towards B. Nothing will be given up as Small just drops the smoke grenade. Depression, 2 targets coming his way. Spots out Rin, drops the nade. And juggles his utility over towards Mikey as he wants to push up. But in the meantime, Y5 probing out towards middle. Naded smoke, Mikey won't spot anything. There are players behind this. And whose jiggle might not be enough to spot. As Relif's taking a lot of very deep space here. We'll find Small, and Henu goes down as well. I mean, the timing of that whole round from Troglodytes is so unlucky. Mikey needs to smoke, spots nothing. Henu jiggle, spots nothing. But in the meantime, Relif has snuck up so close. Still a chance here. 2-on-2 though for the CTs. Mikey is being held, but he's able to take down the bomb planter. Yellow in a 1 versus 1. 3 kills found from Relif already. Relif elevated himself up. On towards tunnels. Has jiggled in middle as well, but nothing's been spotted. I'm in for yellow. Shadow has been spotted. Relif will find. And 4k from Relif. What a couple of last rounds we've had from him. And look at that double from Relif. That's such a difference-making play from him. And Depression's doing absolutely everything he can. It's a brilliant triple from Depression, but it's just not enough. And it's how much more can this guy do? He's 14-2. But equally, Relif shot up the scoreboard as well. The only other player to have double digits in the server. When you look at Y5 and you look at Rin, who had a great Ancient but wasn't able to bring it over the line. Singular, 1 and 7 here. Rin 1 and 8. Y5 probably haven't stepped up to the same degree that they need to in terms of fragging, but doesn't really matter all too much as Y5 still finding some rounds on the board, and that's them 3 in a row here. I thought maybe we might have seen Y5 lose their opportunity if they didn't take Ancient, failed to convert that one. And as soon as that happened and the start the depression had here, I thought, okay, this is worrying signs for Y5, but haven't dropped their heads. You know, to continue to bring themselves back into this one. Singular finds Mikey. Fortuna strikes onto yellow as well. This is obviously just the eco. Said in the last that if Troglodytes do lose, they will be forced onto the pistols, and Y5 obviously have done that. That would just be the one round that separates these two teams. First half continuing to be a close affair. Oxygen finds one onto depression. And it's all on Smile. Finds a nice first frag with the Deagle, but nothing more to write home about. Heading into round number 10 with just one round to split these two teams. Option early peek with the ult. Doesn't find the frag, but continues to go out. He knows how close he was. And alone is Oxygen, and he's taking all of this space out through long by his lonesome. Depression found by the utility. Mikey with an insane double there. Henry gets one of his own. Flip the script on this round. Henry advancing towards top mid. We've got Oxygen, who's gone back to retrieve this bomb. While Singular's got all of the space towards A. But we are going to have Oxygen get a free bomb plant towards B. Mikey, unless he considers rotating in time, but this Molotov might just keep him inclined towards A, and it does. Mikey finds Singular. The bomb will be planted, and Oxygen does have this 1 versus 3. Missed shot, and Smile won't let him fire off another.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
And Troglodytes finally do break their streak, though, of by 5, and can go on to eventually get their 6th. 2 rounds remaining of the half. Still very much up in the air in terms of not just where this first half will go, but where the second half will go. And then Fortuna finds success early, and this is what I mean. There's no guarantees in this game. Depression does get a kill back. Mikey, he's been able to hold on to long as he could, but has to finally back away. Oxygen finds Depression towards A, and Mikey's just in this smoke towards long. He's looking the wrong way for now. As the smoke fades, he will get found. I was going to say, is there a chance he can find one more beforehand? Smile. Counts the bond from Oxygen. And worst case scenario, UNiTY will get 5, as their name suggests. Look at this long stack right now from Troglodytes. Been understanding that in recent rounds, UNiTY have put a lot of weight into that position in terms of taking that map control early. Fortunately for Troglodytes, UNiTY don't actually head towards this part of the map. Depression somehow able to find Relief. Honestly impressive. Depression can even find one there. Singular on Tenu, the jumping MP9 of Mikey gets Singular before Fortuna's AWP strikes, gets his second. All on yellow. He's been spotted at the edge of this smoke and will be found. UNiTY keep things as close as they can be in the first half. 5-0 down, but they managed to win 6 out of the remaining 7. So 6-6 at the halftime switch. We have seen Troglodytes play Dust. They played it once. Obviously, we've seen UNiTY play it 3 times. For UNiTY, it does tend to be a T side that they find a bit more work on. For Troglodytes, it's sort of their CT. There was an interesting game that we saw Troglodytes play here yesterday, I want to say it was. Yeah, yesterday against Eternal Fire. They won Dust against them. This is the only map that we've seen of Dust for Troglodytes. They won the first 3 rounds of that game, but they ended up losing the half 9-3. Couldn't actually make anything work on their T side when they had the weapons out. But they still managed to win that map 13-10. So hopefully some of the issues that they had on their T side full buy will be resolved. And who has spotted out Relief here, but Relief does find the first. Can't connect the bullets onto the second, but it's all a ruse. Rin is in pit and has been cleared, but Rin finds one of the Mikey. Depression has to win this gunfight. This is the bomb. And will do so with just a couple of bullets remaining in the magazine. Now there's 2 CTs pushed towards A, but the bomb's made its way over towards B. Yellow will confirm that it matters not anyway. That pistol round goes to where Troglodytes. And this is what we saw happen against Eternal Fire. But it's the full buys that they really struggled on. So certainly going to hold and reserve any judgment before we see some investments come through. But a good pistol round at least. Important gunfights. That one kill the Depression got on the pistol made all the difference. Hasn't necessarily continued the form that he did have. he's certainly having a lights out game nonetheless. Relic, the only CT to remain. There's a Zeus in play. But not even going to look like he's having any contact here. Troglodytes will find themselves 8, only losing 1 player.
Terrorists win.
First weapon investment for Y5. No AWP. Obviously, we saw Depression. A very instant impact with the AWP on his CT side. So he got that out in round number 2. Fortunity's going to have to wait a little bit longer. I'm curious how the battle between these two is going to continue. Not necessarily directly against one another, but how much impact they can have across the map. Relic gets the opening frag towards Smile. All eyes on Depression. He's had a good game, but this is too much to ask. Clean sweep from Y5 on their weapon round. We do still have just about enough money for the T's to be able to invest. Ooh, Singular gets a double ring. Not even aware of, thanks to the silence them fought. The playthrough long gets absolutely obliterated. Troglodytes go for a later play, but Y5 so ready for it. And Mikey dropping the utility. They know exactly where he is. Fights are starting to come his way. Relic wants to take them every day of the week. He comes out on top. And I said Singular and Rin have had a bit of a quieter game here. We need to see some of these guys step up. And in that round, both of them did shine. Double for Singular. Rin chiming in as well, just as that contingency. In the opening kill comes from the nade. No armor on any of these Troglodyte players. And it's just going to be his playthrough being out on the top. A little late. Won't make a difference though, as Oxygen is there with the AK. There's all in Depression in his scout. Spotted. Trapped in his corner. Won't be able to fire off another shot. Dust 2 is shaping up to be a photo finish. But it could slip through the fingers of Troglodytes. Unless they're able to show me what they can do on this buy, show us what they can do on this buy. Or Yellow. He's lucky to be alive there. Miss Nay does more team damage than it has any enemy damage, and they've still got Yellow trapped in this corner. Auction, he's going to take this gunfight. We'll come out on top, but in the meantime, Mikey found a double. Cool, the space that Mikey's taken. Even though Auction's aware, it still gets found. So I need to see a bit more from Troglodytes to see. Now we see Mikey find his fourth, he will. On for the ace. Singular spotted out towards long. Then he takes him down, and Troglodytes bring this game square again. See, I thought that if we see Y5 win that one, because we know that Troglodytes have issues on their T side when they play full buys, or at least they did yesterday. And unless they've done a lot of work on Dash, you imagine there's still at least some. I did certainly think that we find ourselves in a world where Troglodytes end up losing that one. We see an 11-9 scoreline, and then it's sort of one round, and Troglodytes probably end up losing the map. But they keep themselves competitive here. Relic, so much space. He's towards suicide right now. Being cleared out by Smile, but I don't think Smile's really realizing that Relic slipped the net. Oxygen wielding this up, spots out Mikey, but the preemptive shot cost him his life. Relic is behind here in long though. Spots out one, fine. Spray transfer, not good enough. Smile. Is able to find, and it doesn't actually seem to matter though, despite the flank not having as much impact as it wanted. Smiley only finds one. I mean, look how little damage there was. 3 damage. That was enough to find the kill. Fortuna does go down to the utility. Mikey, 25 seconds. The bomb is dropped, and a 1v2 knife out Rin backstabs. Y5, first to hit double digits here. Mikey's really crept his way up the scoreboard here. Depression was sort of at the top of the leaderboard. No issues. Not even particularly that close. Yeah, we still have Mikey and Depression putting up decent numbers here. But yeah, Mikey's really come into his own. Depression maybe not being as impactful since not being on that CT side, not being able to with the Orbers comfortably as you'd probably like. This is the full investment from the T side. You've got a Mac 10 on Yellow, Galil on Mikey, AKs on the other 3. You lose this, you give up 11. If you lose this, I don't know what's going to happen in terms of the buy. I still think the loss bonus is pretty good. We've seen 4 out of the last 5 rounds go the way of Y5. So maybe we can see a bit of an investment in the next. Definitely doesn't feel like something you want to rely on. He's looking towards A. Rin, the only defender here for now, and he gets caught out by Mikey. Who again is this spearhead for every round that Troglodytes have. One can get planted by Depression. Singular finds one with Smiley. There's a quick response elsewhere. And it all depends if Yellow can find anything towards the lower tunnels. Does Relif clear this? He does. He does fine, but it costs him a lot of health. And Relif, he's not even going to attempt this anymore. Troglodytes do enough. And how can Relif do enough to save this weapon? I think Mikey, maybe just picking up an AK. I thought perhaps looking for a hunt. Didn't go into. Save will come through. But again, another round that just continues this game being leveled up. Four rounds remain potentially of regulation. 3 needed by both teams to take things here. Fortuna will open things up with a frag on Smiley. Relif finds one as well, and by the time Mikey gets there, Relif has evacuated tunnels and moved towards B. 5-5 in a good spot here. Don't need to overstep their mark. Mikey is starting to search out towards B, though. Relif is holding for this walkout. Is he an easy kill? Mikey so often has been that player to spark something. But nothing can be sparked here. And piece by piece, the dominoes are falling for Troglodytes. My point of damage has been dealt so far to their opponents. And I suppose a consolation 27 points of damage has been dealt by Henu. But it's a clean round, it's a clean sweep. And it is a force bite from Troglodytes. Depression on a Deagle. Unarmored. Yellow, Mac 10. Henu, a Tech 9. Smiley and Mikey, the only player with rifles. And again, it's the finished trio. They're just underwhelming for me. Know what these guys can do, but I haven't been able to show it. It's just this play out B. UNiTY comes over. Smiley will find one. Relif in front of the smoke, but nothing can be done. Rin can rotate in for a kill. And back away. There is UNiTY. That can be dispelled. But I think Y5 are just gonna... I was gonna say just gonna call it quits, go for the save, but... Still think they are going to. I think just sort of in between two minds there for a moment. Yeah, save does come through. Y5 give up 11. Speed defense not great. I probably would have preferred if Relif had a molly in hand rather than a smoke. So at least you know you can do some damage, and if you sort of spam anyone down with the AK, chances are they fall to the flames, or vice versa. Two rounds remain. This game, just like Ancient, I mean, it's anyone's for the taking, really. Y5 had a dominant Mirage, but apart from that, this series has been very competitive between both teams. Good nade. Depression and Henu both softened up, and Molly got a smoke to boot as well. And Troglodytes don't fancy pushing through that. Still no first casualty. I say as Relif will find one. Relif's taking a second. I thought that's surely the trade from Yellow. But it's a quick headshot. Fortuna spots almost left his lines by trying to overcomplicate that one. Will peek into depression. Gives a chance. Gives a lifeline. As it's all on depression and Smiley. 24 seconds remain. The T's push out towards middle. Couple of bot shots through the smokes. Nade, break it open. Smiley not being spotted. Depression finds one as well. The trade does come through. And it's Relif again. This man cannot be stopped. 27 and 15. Relif had a decent map number 2. To be honest, Relif had a good map number 1 as well. I feel like Rin sort of stole the show on Ancient, but without a shadow of a doubt, I think Relif has to be your MVP if we see Y5 going to win this. What a dust 2 he has been having. He's really been this difference maker. Some nice rounds from certain players like Fortuna, like Oxygen, but I think Relif, who's been the consistent factor. Smoke thrown, it's going to be this B hit. Flash to boot. Oxygen goes down for nothing, but it's Relif again with a double. Swapping over to the USB, just trying to delay, waiting for players to come and support. Yellow will eventually be able to get that trade. Scout with Depression connects onto Fortuna, but the weaponry, the man advantage is all favouring Y5 hit. There is util, 2 HE grenades, 2 Molotovs, 2 smokes. Need to see these used well. 1 molly towards back plat, and Depression's exposed. I like this. Smoke down towards tunnels. And the nade finds Yellow. It's all done. It's a scout. It's an unarmored scout. And Depression will be found. It takes 24 rounds. It's a long, drawn-out series. But Y5 do eliminate Troglodytes here, and they will be the ones to keep themselves alive here in Group B, at least for another series. It's been a close game. It's been a real brawl and battle, particularly on map number 2 and 3. Map number 1 felt smooth sailing. I thought we were going to see Y5 actually for a brief moment be able to take things in 2 on Ancient, but they just didn't quite have enough to be able to do so. They had a decent T side, but it was their CT side that lacked any real prominence on Ancient, really. But on Dust 2, again, it's a map that we have seen Y5 play a little bit more, mainly under the Modane banner. But it's 2 teams in a very similar spot right now, where we've got a core from one team joining sort of together with 2 other pieces, similar to what we see with Troglodytes, where it's the core of that Yano side, joining up with Depression and Mikey. On obviously Y5, the core of Modane, and then a couple of pieces there as well. But it feels like just today, it could have gone either way. Really. It felt very coin flippy. Could have been up in the air. A lot of fine margins really being the difference makers. But I don't know if we do have a graphic for the groups at all. But obviously, we have seen that elimination game today from Group A. We saw NIP Impact eliminated by 1 win. A pretty comfortable victory for 1 win. And obviously with Group B, that's now Troglodytes getting eliminated by Y5. And I think this is a pretty important win for Y5, as we did get to see, obviously, both Troglodytes play against Eternal Fire and Y5 play against Fireflux. The Eternal Fire Troglodytes game is pretty close. That one probably could have gone either way as well. So I think Troglodytes probably looking at this close qualifier and saying, probably been a little hard done by. We've lost both series, but lost in really close fashions. For Y5, though, I mean, they got battered by Fireflux. It wasn't even competitive, really. 5 rounds found on Dust, 2 rounds found on Mirage. So I think it's a really good response from Y5 here to be able to bring themselves back here, keep things looking good, and keep themselves in the event, most importantly, and give themselves another chance to see if they can make things to the Swiss stage. But obviously, we're not done with Group A and Group B. We have 2 more games up today. We have Leo versus UNiTY and Fireflux versus Eternal Fire. The loser of those games will be playing against the winners that we've seen here in the elimination game. So, loser of Leo UNiTY play against 1 win, and obviously the loser of Eternal Fire, Fireflux, play against Y5. So potentially there's an idea we could have a bit of a grudge match between Fireflux, Y5 if Fireflux gone to lose that game. But regardless, plenty more action here at the CCT. Plenty more action here in the closed qualifiers, and more action today as well. We're going to be jumping into about a 10-minute break before we do jump into our third series of today, which, like I said, is that UNiTY versus Leo game. So we'll catch you back here in about 10 minutes for our third series of today.
Always wonder what comes next.
All right, we're back for some more CCT Europe Series number 8. We've got UNiTY and Leo coming up next, which should be an interesting one. We'll bring up the schedule to talk about what happened already today. And you had that first matchup, 1 win up against NIP Female, and that did not go well for the NIP squad. 1 win took care of business very handily, so that was a clean 2-0. But on the other hand, Troglodytes, who actually impressed me yesterday with Mikey performing well on that squad, did it again today, right? But they lost again in 3 maps. It was a 13-11 finish on that third map of play, so they are eliminated at 0-2 with Wi-Fi moving on to face the loser of one of these 2 matches. But either way, like, it's just, for me to see Troglodytes, that ex-Jano core playing that well, it's actually kind of exciting with the additions of Depression and Mikey. So I think that's still a team to keep an eye on in future group stages here in CCT. That being said, let's jump right into things between UNiTY and Leo. And let's talk about UNiTY first, because this is a squad that does play a lot of Counter-Strike. They played quite a bit over the last few weeks, and they actually ended up through into this 1-0 bracket, or 1-0 stage, I should say, with a forfeit win. That was up against NIPFE because, for whatever reason, I think it was a scheduling issue, NIPFE could not play, probably due to another tournament. So either way, you're looking at a UNiTY squad that has been decent as of late. They beat Dark Tigers, they beat Forza Reload, and they also beat Hyper Spirit. The loss came to Pudcat B Tapu. That is the name. I'm not making that up. That was a clean win for the other squad. And, UNiTY, despite that, at this level of play, have been consistent enough, let's say, finding wins. And talking about the key pieces on this squad, you got Woozy on the AWP. I think he's one to keep an eye on every single time that these guys are on the server. A 1.13 rating for him. And you look at his op rating of 91 over the last 3 months. Not to mention his round swing percentage is very good as well, which means that he's implicated in key rounds at a plus 2.07 round swing percentage. So, there's a lot going on for him. I think that there's other pieces to keep an eye out as well, which is good. Oftentimes we see at this level, there might just be one good player and the rest are kind of falling off and just hoping that they're going to be able to contribute. But in this case, you have Neofrag and Morisco, who are also pretty solid pieces. Morisco was acquired from Sinners Esports, and I think that was a really good pickup for UNiTY. And they actually demoted Purdy to the academy team instead, and in order to make room for Morisco. So I like that move overall. I think that you've got this promising talent as well in the form of Woozy, under 20, 19 years old. There's always these young oppers that are up and coming, across Europe, and it's good to see him be one of them. I wish we had more North America, but that's just a side note. We won't go too deep into that. But overall, I am, excited about this UNiTY roster. I think there's a lot that they could bring to the table here up against a Leo squad that did come out with a win yesterday against 1 win. Let's talk about these guys. They got a 2-1 victory. That first map of Dust 2 wasn't great. They didn't look good, and 1 win kind of took care of business, 13-7. But then the script was flipped. I mean, it was Leo in control on both Train, and I want to say in control on Train, and mostly in Mirage, because there was a bit of a comeback there attempted by 1 win, but a 13-3 win on Train and a 13-9 victory on Mirage. So just overall, a Leo squad that did perform to the level that they're hoping for. And you have players like UNiTY, right? And Malchus at the top with 46 frags apiece, and both hovering around a rating of 1.4. In fact, UNiTY at exactly 1.4 and Malchus at a 1.34 rating. So, I mean, overall, you're looking at, the Opper and the Key Rifler coming out and doing their job, which is, I mean, if you have that happening, you're usually winning Counter-Strike games. It's quite clear, especially with the current map pool the way it is. And it's no surprise to me that Malchus was doing well, on Train, right? Because that's where you want your Opper to shine. And he was at the top of the scoreboard with 19 frags. So overall, you've got 2 squads here that, reminder, both missed out on making it to the Swiss stage here. In CCT Europe's number seven. I think they had the same record as well. Might have both gone 1 and 2. So that's something to keep in your minds, meaning that we're probably going to see a fairly tightly contested affair with both teams trying to prove that they do belong in that next stage. And one of them will advance. I think that's the exciting part. Like, one of them will move on to that next stage, which really cool. Let's check out the veto now and see what maps we have coming up between these two squads. Train wouldn't surprise me. Oh, Train is a decider. Yeah, I was going to say both teams like to play Train, so we get that as a decider. But let's talk about the picks now. Leo picking into Ancient, which is, a map that UNiTY picked into before, at 50% of the time, in fact. So it kind of feels like UNiTY are getting a pick for themselves here. But I think the reason Leo went into it is because success has been middling for UNiTY. Yes, lately it's been really good. They won 3 of the last 4, but there was a 5-game losing streak prior to that. And that's probably what Leo are looking at and saying, okay, maybe we can try to punish in the ways that those teams did on that 5-game losing streak, as opposed to the recent success that they found up against teams that you might consider below the level of Leo. And then you go on to Inferno, which is the pick here from UNiTY. And this is a map that I think that isn't played that much. Yeah, Leo don't play it too much. 1 in 3. And they've been getting battered kind of against Sinners twice and Eyeballers once, 13-3, 13-8, and 13-4 respectively. They did have that one win against Famililis. I don't know if I can say that probably, but Family Chow, I guess. That I tried my best, guys. 13-11 was that win there. So yeah, that's basically showing that they're not necessarily that strong on the map. So I do understand why UNiTY decided to go there. It has been their pick a couple of times before up against Wildcard Academy and Dark Tigers, but they were close matches. So I don't want to say it's a slam dunk for UNiTY, but it's a good pick for them. And I already mentioned Train. We'll see what happens on that one. I think both teams are going to be fairly effective on that map. It looks like we're almost ready to go here, guys. About a minute left until we jump into the server. But I really actually want to see Train, to be honest with you, as we're going to get that head-to-head. I already highlighted it, but it's great. The two oppers facing off against each other, both at the top in terms of their respective stats on their team over the last 3 months. 1.13 rating for Woozy and a 1.10 rating on the side of Malchus. It just sums up the matchup really well. Two teams that are very even in terms of skill level, going toe to toe and trying to find their way to that Swiss stage. All right, game is now live. We're going to jump into the action here on map number 1 of Ancient. And as mentioned, this is a map that UNiTY have picked into before, so maybe they'll be able to capitalize. And of course, they've had some recent success on the map, just not against very high caliber competition, let's say. UNiTY moving out here. And I think what's also important to note is that both teams led by their opper, which we're going to see, I think, more and more. It was the case on CSGO, right? That the oppers were so critical in most cases. But at the beginning of CS2, it became the riflers that were more critical. But now with the map pool, the way it shifted, even with that peeker's advantage, oppers are so critical to the squad. Marisco going to get the opener onto Marat 2K. 5v4 in favor of UNiTY, despite the fact that Leo taking the space onto the B side. Marisco finds himself 3 more, a quad on the round, looking for the ace. Malchus, the last one standing, and Marisco won't get the ace. He's shut down, but still gives his team a 4v1 advantage, and they have the bomb under their control. Oh boy, this is likely going the way of UNiTY, let's say. If you look at the map pool, the picks, I should say, you can argue a UNiTY lean because of this map, because they get Ancient as well. But we'll see. Malchus, that's another one, but he will eventually get shut down by Darber. That'll do it as UNiTY take the pistol. Now, I think another interesting that's happened recently is that pistol rounds have been less important in terms of, when you win a pistol round. It used to be an instant conversion, right? You're like, oh, I won pistol. Almost certainly you're going to get that conversion in the following round, unless you're facing off against a T side that gets the bomb plant and then they force up, and that was when the question marks arose. But now, even without bomb plants, we're seeing T sides force up. We're seeing CT sides regularly force up after losing pistol and finding wins, right? It's crazy. So it really has shifted in terms of the meta. You can't feel comfortable anymore after getting a pistol round victory. A lot of teams taking that following round a lot more seriously and not just, throwing it out into the win because of the fact it's MR12 versus MR15 in CSGO, right? You got 15 rounds and a half. So you're like, okay, whatever. It's just one. We'll go and we'll fight for the next afterwards. But now you only have those 12 rounds a half. It really does change the complexion of things. Fida waiting here on the B site. He's got the MP9 anchoring it down. He's got Darber by his side, and Neofrag's watching from lane. This is actually a very nice setup, and Neofrag does the damage, and then Fida tosses the nade on forward and finishes the job on 2 players, then gets the last with the MP9. UNiTY off to a nice start, 2-0 in their favor. That being said, that was just the anti-eco. Leo are bringing out the AKs now. Third round of play. Bonus round for UNiTY. Didn't lose a single body against those Glocks. Leo are leaning very heavily in towards A main. Lurk presence is there at B, and I mean, Amster, whether intentionally or not, does give away information to UNiTY. The reason I say intentionally is that he could have wanted them to think that the presence was there to draw rotations, then go back towards that B site. It doesn't really happen, though. Although UNiTY do get aggressive. Ooh, Marat2K postured pretty well here. Footsteps pops around the corner. Can't get anything done. Fida good for another one with the MP9. One Unique does get the trade on back against Neofrag. UNiTY have more presence than I think Leo were expecting here. Off of that initial foray towards A main, like they made a lot of noise, you know, the audio cue given away into the incendiary, but at the same time, UNiTY were not biting. Now, however, a player has lurked on towards that A site, and that means that they know it's clear. That said, they're still going to go B. Malchus gets the opener onto Darber. Maybe that's just to get the opener and then fall back because you have so much space on A, and that's exactly the case. UNiTY have no information that Leo have made their way towards the site, but oh no! Morisco catches Amster, one Unique, and Malchus at mid trying to rotate all that space gained to A, but they can't deal with one player in Red Room. UNiTY shut down a round that felt like it was leaning in the other direction, went against the flow of play for all intents and purposes. And Morisco, man, I told you, this guy was a great pickup for UNiTY coming over from Sinners. He impressed me there, and now he'll be helping out this UNiTY squad, maybe take that next step out of Tier 3 and into Tier 2, right? I know it's a lot to say, given it's still, you know, early times with him, but, you know, I feel like UNiTY have at least impressed enough to deserve a little bit of praise. Neofrag going to get one. Marat2K finds the trade on back, but this is another great hold from UNiTY. Despite the fact they lose the bodies on A, they only leave 2 players standing. And now Woozy with the op sneaks around from Temple, spots up Marat2K. One Unique, last one standing. Nice swing at least. He missed shot from Woozy, and one Unique grabs the op immediately. Wants to try his hand at that. Darber and Fida trying to work together and double swing him. They know where he is. In fact, they just smoke off the bomb. And then Fida gets the headshot onto one Unique. Beautifully done from UNiTY. And they pick up another one. Obviously, one of the keys there again is, you know, Morisco holding the line, getting one, and Neofrag and Woozy doing the same. It was Morisco and Neofrag initially in that opening engagement, and then Woozy on the tail end catches another Leo player to make it only one left standing in one Unique. But UNiTY handled it well. They throw the smoke onto the bomb to attract his attention, then have the player swinging around the other side to find the headshot. So far, UNiTY looking very comfortable. Did mention that, you know, they have had a lot of success on Ancient as of late. So that 5-7 record may be a little deceptive if you don't dig a little deeper. I'm assuming Leo did dig a little deeper. They didn't just pick it because they looked at the record. But they were hoping to get a UNiTY that was struggling prior to that. And then even in the previous CCT, Europe Series 7 close qualifier, where they lost every single time they played on Ancient. Looks like they've solved some of their issues. Malchus waiting with the op, holding the line, hoping someone pushes. Darber does, but there's another one as well that was Fida behind him. And now Malchus with that missed shot, they toss a ton of util in his direction. They're not going to aggress further, but it is information gained. In the meantime, Marat 2K swings around from Jag, trying to look into Cave, but gets flashed out. And it feels like they've pushed Leo off of this site, but Woozy will drop a body. One unique gone. Throws a flashbang afterwards. Goes for the re-swing. Hits the shot. Not traded out. And then fades away. Marisco catches Amster trying to creep in for main. And it feels like UNiTY have got Leo's playbook. They know exactly where to look. Malchus, along with Marat 2K, coming in from opposite angles, and Marat 2K does get Marisco, so it makes things a little bit more feasible, let's say, and now a lot more. Woozy flanked out as well. 2K for Marat 2K, living up to his name. 10 HP left though, and here comes Neofrag swinging around. Marat 2K, good for that as well. Oh my goodness, individual effort required. Marat 2K finally drop a Malchus. Will finish what he started. A full house amongst them and a 5v2, I believe, recovered by only those two players. Unbelievable stuff. That round felt like it was already over. But Malchus and Marat 2K get 4 frags at the tail end of the round, and that one in particular, it felt like Neofrag had the edge, especially going for the swing. But Marat 2K, with 10 HP left, couldn't make a single mistake. Had to be an instant headshot. Had the perfect crosshair placement. Malchus obviously celebrating Marat 2K as well. A round that felt like it was already over, and now they see 1 on the board where it should have been 0, honestly, if UNiTY played their cards right, but they just couldn't get that trade. On to Marat 2K before it was too late. Okay. We move on. UNiTY should still have enough money, but, you know, some of these rounds have been a little tightly contested, and yeah, you see them draining their bank accounts just to get the buy up into this round and getting aggressive into mid. Neofrag trying to spam that smoke. Eventually backs off. He feels like he's done enough. And just wants to be safe now. MP9 is in the mix for UNiTY. Ooh, that's some good spam onto Cleo. Oh, and he gets dinked as well. Information for the side of UNiTY. There's, I believe, no, there's no nade. There are only a couple of smokes left in terms of utility, so that's a problem for UNiTY. Need to deploy those very cautiously, given there's still 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock, but they know damage has been done. And Marat 2K even down to 49 as well. This spam has been very effective through the panel. Woozy, ooh, misses the shot, but he gets the info as well. And look at the damage that's been done here onto so many players for Leo. I mean, they are the walking wounded. Trying to group up and hit a site. It looks like it'll be B. It kind of has to be at this stage. Marat 2K trying to lift this team up on his shoulders again, and he gets another 2K. Derber, his latest victim, and Marat 2K finally put down, but I mean, he's doing the damage that he needs to allow his teams to maneuver around and capitalize off of it. Neofrag might want to go for some spam here. I imagine just waiting for the smoke to fade because the bomb hasn't been planted yet. There is that spam. Doesn't find anything, and yeah. Nothing to do now for UNiTY but go on and save. And considering how much damage was done, even to Marat 2K himself, I think he was below the half health mark when he contributes with 2 key frags. And then you have the healthy Amster coming around to get the trade off of off of Marat 2K's death. Beautifully done. This is just an individual performance that is standing head and toes above the competition.
Terrorists win.
All right, second round for Leo. That's got to be frustrating for UNiTY, I imagine, because they're looking at it and saying, we're beating everyone except for Marat 2K. And the damage that was done in that round, too. I mean, you're at a huge disadvantage. Marat 2K doesn't care. Doesn't take any damage in those duels, both of them clean. That is a scary prospect for this UNiTY squad that looks so good. Up 4-0, a 5v2 that's pulled back from Marat 2K, and then there, the damage done, they're going to look at the demo and be like, wow, we did that much damage and we still couldn't get frags? And what's strange is that, we'll talk about it after though, Cleo's going to get the opener. On to Woozy. One unique finds Darber. And it's just all Leo now taking control of the round. The saved rifle's not able to contribute at all. Neofrag already on the save. I mean, there's nothing he can really do. 5v1. So I guess we can talk about him. Marat 2K is not the player that usually contributes like this. He's at the bottom in terms of rating at 0.90. Excuse me. He's in the middle of the pack at 1.01. I was looking at the opening frag rating for him, which also, in fact, is worth mentioning because he's getting opening frags as he did a couple of rounds ago. But overall, his rating is more middle of the pack, 1.01. You look more towards maybe one unique or Malchus as the opper to come up with these big plays. But man, oh man, what a start it has been for him. And he racks up another frag in that round. 3 in a row for Leo. The guns are back out for UNiTY, but they don't have the op in their hands. And I mean, if you're looking at where Marat 2K is usually contributing, it's on the utility. You know, he's setting that up. Anyway, we'll get back to the action. One unique finds one, traded up by Neofrag, and then Amster says, no, Neofrag, you're not walking away from this one. Trades him out, even though it costs him a lot of health. 4v3 in favor of Leo. And UNiTY, I mean, probably can't help but look back towards that 5th round and say, man, what if we convert on our 5v2? I mean, 5v3 is one thing, but like losing a 5v3, I should say, but losing a 5v2, ooh, that is rough. Anyway, just one round at the end of it. Ooh, a little bit early on that pre-fire based on the shadow that was seen. Smoke going to get tossed in. And now the spam, good for damage, but, you know, they're still not taking down the bodies of Leo. Finally they do. That's Amster gone on the periphery. And they continue to spam forward. Marat 2K just watching bullets whiz right past his head. Fida continues to connect. I mean, he's been harassing them from cave. You have to imagine UNiTY want to go for this, but because they don't get another frag, they fall off of it. I understand, you know, money's not great. But looking at the situation, you still have a lead that will, well, no longer be a lead after this round victory for Leo. Maybe you want to try and punish them as much as possible, which Woozy will do with a couple. Malchus finds the trade. He's probably hoping he could have taken down Malchus and grabbed the op off of him, but in the end, Malchus does survive and keeps the big green up and running. A couple of rifles saved here for UNiTY. I think even losing that 3rd rifle, you can still justify a force buy. That's probably what they're discussing right now, saying, guys, do we go for this? Do we just go for a half buy instead and keep ourselves above 2K? Not a bad idea either, to be honest. And it looks like that will be the choice. Might go a little below the 2K mark, which is fine because they're hitting full loss. But you still get MP9s, Deagles, around the 2 AKs. So you give yourself a good chance of coming out with a win, but also don't sacrifice the entire economy. Woozy doesn't even buy here, actually. Just sticking with the USP because he wants the AWP in the next round. A lot of considerations being made for that follow-up round. And Neofrag gets an opener onto Cleo immediately. That is just charging down mid. Thing is, Leo recognizing that they put a lot of emphasis on mid. That leaves A open. And they will walk in and get the bomb plant. But still, you know, you find an opener. There's another gun on the ground available. Maybe you try and go back to grab it, but Marisco goes for a fight, loses it. Up against Malchus's op. Does he expect another player there? Great flashbang. He falls off the angle. Stuck around big box, but supported by his teammates. One unique. Whoa! What a shot from Darber on a hopping Malchus. But one unique continues to be strong on this site hold. Fida trying to change that. He won't either. One unique. A 3K. And this round is toast. Leo will take it. Neofrag. I mean, quite honestly, should probably run down mid and try to get that AK. But he could do the same towards Temple. Waiting for this bomb to explode. Now he's going to run in towards Temple and hope he can get to one of these rifles in time. Ooh, I don't think he will. Yep. Not going to happen, but, you know, he doesn't care anyway. He's going to buy the M4. The MP9 gets tossed aside. Like yesterday's news. Poor thing. It longs to be held, but it shall not be so in this round. Still could have been effective, honestly, but I understand if I'm from UNiTY's perspective, being like, okay, we want to get these rifles out full bore. Try to come up with a win here and get back to our winning ways, because it has been 5 in a row for Leo. Both teams very streaky in the opening moments of this match. And we're seeing more and more why Leo wanted to pick into Ancient. We're scratching our heads at the beginning, but now it's starting to look really, really good. Not to mention that their CT side is, I would say, considerably more potent than their T side. If you look at the win percentage on CT side, it's 61.2, round win percentage, that is, and 50% on T side, and it's already looking quite good for that 50% on their T side. Cleo gets 2, Murat 2K another, Morisco's gone, Woozy and Neofrag probably next to fall. I think there was a timeout there. Neofrag looked like he was just standing still, and I heard some typing, but I think damage was already done. That's just my guess. I don't know if that's actually the case. Woozy, last one alive. Oh, that flashbang is perfect. Although Woozy still gets 1. Won't get the second. Cleo closes in on him. Flashbang thrown again by Malchus. And it will be Leo taking the round. Oh, maybe it wasn't a lag out. Oh, no, yeah, it was. It was. We got a technical timeout called. Yeah, I think it happened somewhere in that mix of 3 frags. Where there was just a player standing a little too still. So they're getting that sorted out. That being said, despite all of that, it didn't feel like that made much of a difference in the round. Leo were already kind of converging on all those players. And just looking too strong at this stage. 6 in a row for Leo. I'm hearing a lot of typing, so I think this tech pause will quickly be over. Everything's been resolved. 11th round of play soon underway. Not a great sign for UNiTY. I'll say that as well. Because speaking of round win percentages, CT round win percentage on CT side for UNiTY, 55.9. That's where they do the brunt of their work. T side, not as good. 39.5%. And you're looking at a strong CT side versus a weak T side once we switch over the next half. Yeah, you can see the picture I'm painting here. Woozy finds 2, though, with the 5-7. That is promising in a round that didn't really yield much in terms of a buy-up. You have the, oh my goodness, Morisco with the Deagle headshot on Amster. I was going to say we have the A1S from Neofrag, but it hasn't had to do anything just yet. Cleo does manage to burn Fida to nitty-bitty crisp. So that will potentially bring Leo back into it, but no, Morisco denies Cleo anything further. It's up to the clutch master himself, Murat 2K. Who helped his team pull back a 5v2 previously. So this one's right in his wheelhouse, right? 51 seconds remain. Doesn't have the bomb. Needs to isolate duels. They're getting the idea of where he is. Ooh, this is actually good maneuvering from UNiTY, assuming they figured this out in time. And they should. Yep, Murat 2K gone. Darber spots him out. And finally the round win streak is ended on the side of Leo. UNiTY get a 5th. Now they're only thinking about trying to tie this up. It's all thanks to Woozy. This time not with the AWP, but with the 5-7. Felt like he was lining up a third there, but I mean, he'd already done enough. Morisco connects with the Deagle and the AK picked up off the ground, and the round is dusted at that stage. Final round of play in this first half, and we're getting what we expected. Two teams desperate to show that they belong in the Swiss stage of a CCT. Nade gets tossed. Darber down to half health. Great flashbang throw. I mean, utility's been great on both sides, honestly, in terms of trying to clear out space and pop flashes. Cleo, walks through and gets a headshot on Defeata. Luckily for UNiTY, Darber's right there for the trade because it felt like Cleo was going to go on a bit of a run. Haven't hit a first one like that. That being said, UNiTY's still not happy with the circumstances with Darber down to below half health. That makes their B site a little more vulnerable. Neofrag was just hunting for info towards Donut. I think one of the problems for UNiTY at this stage is they have no cave control and no jag control either. So that leaves Woozy in a very, very difficult position with the AWP. If you have presence on both sides here from cave and ramp, Woozy's dead. It's just no chance to survive until the reinforcements arrive. Woozy gets one and fades off. Can't get the second. Amster will find him, but that's a ridiculous first shot that he gets. Neofrag supporting Darber, but Darber doesn't even need it. The flashbang was all that was required from Morisco for Darber to find that next one. One unique. Last one available, 45 HP. Another 1v3. 12 seconds left. You gotta go, one unique. It's the last round of the half. No choice here. And he's dead. Neofrag takes care of that. And UNiTY on the tail end do manage to recover just a touch. It's enough to make it a tied scoreline, and maybe just barely good enough to keep them in it because their T side has been rough as of late, let's say. Maybe not so much in the wins they've gotten because I believe, I'm not sure if they were picking into the map or not. Yeah, actually, they were picking into the map, and their T side was not great against Dark Tigers, only got 4 rounds, and they still managed to win it. So, you know, perhaps these 6 are indeed enough. We'll have to wait and see, and we won't have to wait long. All players about to ready up here for the second half of play. There we go. The countdown timer of chatting, I imagine, it just comes through there. Sounds like a clock ticking. As we are about to head into the second half of action. Last 2 results for Leo on this map, 13-8 against Chemistry and 13-2 against the Imperial Valkyries. For UNiTY, 13-9 against the Dark Tigers, and then lost to Pudcat B to Poo, 6-13. Obviously, UNiTY hoping for a little more than 4 rounds up against this Leo squad, because that wasn't enough. I mean, it was enough for a win against Dark Tigers, but that's because they started T-side and it was their map pick. Now, they have to switch over to T-side, having only gotten 6 on CT. We'll see. UNiTY going aggressive here immediately into Red Room. That seems like the right call. Murat 2K almost overloaded. The smoke saves his life. Flashbang toss, Neofrag fully blinded. You have to capitalize on this if you're Leo, and they do. Vita and Neofrag gone. A site not under the control of UNiTY either throughout all of that. Morisco dropped. Amster finds the next, and it will be Darber, who at least keeps his team alive with that 1 frag onto Amster, but a 4v1 in favor of Leo. Good news for Darber is he has the bomb. The bad news is he's got 4 players hungry for blood. chasing him down. Eventually, Leo will get their bloodlust under control and fall back, realizing that there's no reason to chase too much. It's only one man against four. Shot fired. Darber gets the spot, but so do Leo. And feels like Darber delaying the inevitable at this stage. We'll get one. Picks up the dualies. 10 seconds left. I mean, there's just no chance you find all the frags that little time left and get the bomb plant as well, and that won't happen. One UNiTY finds the 2K, and Leo are the ones to pick up the pistol this time. I mean, just one UNiTY, honestly, opening things up so effectively, and then everyone gets in on the mix. Defending that A site, leaving only Darber standing, who wins one duel and then waits a little too long to activate. And I understand, you know, you're waiting for duels, you're hoping someone's going to push you and give you a fight, and it almost does happen, but Leo realized at the right moment that there was no reason to chase. Look at that util dump coming through from Leo. No force buy in for UNiTY, and Murat 2K already gets one off of that incendiary grenade. Not expecting too much from UNiTY here. I mean, we do have some upgraded pistols. A couple remain. Peach 50s in Morisco and Neofrag's hands. But yeah. Leo does it with the MP9, then pulls out the pistol to get the last two as well. A 4K for him. Farming up the anti-ecos. As Leo up to 8. And this is an 8-2 run for Leo. Let's not forget, because UNiTY off the pistol round ended up with a 4-0 lead at the beginning of that first half, and since that point, only 2 rounds. Hamster. 2 openers. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Leo, do not do them like this. That is AKs coming at you head on against one MP9 playing at tree, and they don't flash him effectively enough. I mean, I say that, but they did get a flash that was on. He just gets the spam and finds the first while he's recovering from that flashbang. Unbelievable damage, and you see Maris go down to 31 as well. Ooh, that's a beautiful tap. I want to say pretty and beautiful at the same time, but Cleo doesn't care about any of that. Tap or not, he's done. I think we've got another technical issue that's come through. Hearing a lot of typing. Morisco trying to save the AK. But it's going to be a long 42 seconds for him. Leo don't really have an appetite for the hunt, and I don't really blame them, right? I mean, you still have Murat 2K on an MP9. He's probably just going to look for an upgrade from that, and there are some on the ground. In fact, right in front of him. So they're just waiting for time to expire before they feel safe to go for that, because I don't know if Morisco's maybe hanging out in A main. Eventually time runs out, and Murat 2K says, okay, thank you very much. I grabbed the AK and then the A1S for one UNiTY. So, a very successful round on the side of Leo. Wondering if the technical issues have been resolved, because there was so much typing that came through. That's 2 through a flashbang for Amster. I thought it was just the 1, but the second one was still a recovery from it, although he had more visibility, of course. Alright, well, technical issue in the end. We're just heading right into round number 16 because of how long Morisco took, I suppose. Saving that gun. Does get the AK as a result. One UNiTY spots out Neofrag. Great flashbang from Malchus in support. Malchus averaging 0.8 flashes thrown into this one, which is not unusual for an Opper, usually on the back lines, supporting the riflers on the entries, and then he comes in and activates afterwards. So you've got to be good with the flashbangs if you're hoping to be an Opper on any level at any level of play. Anyway, Cleo gets woozy. UNiTY. I mean, it's just a hero AK around a half buy, so you're not expecting much from them. But that is a completely rebuffed attempt towards B and mid. UNiTY hanging around here, looking to re-aggress on ramp. Could catch Cleo off guard, maybe? No, the shadow advantage is too much, and Cleo sprays down the second. Fantastic spray control for him. A 3K on the round, and Leo are up to double digits. Timeout called, the second of the map for UNiTY because things are really starting to slip away from them. This T side was already a concern coming into this match, and only getting 6 rounds on CT side really did hurt them. Especially with the start that they had. Felt like that typical UNiTY strength coming through, but I mean, we have to go back to it. 5v2 in round number 5. That Marat 2K pulls back with 3 frags. Had support for the other 2 from Malchus, but that was an unbelievable performance. You don't do it without Marat 2K's play. And then since that point, UNiTY have just looked defeated in a lot of ways. Not over yet, though. UNiTY have got AKs for everyone except Marisco. OneUnique has to use that smoke, and yeah, it takes a decent chunk of damage from the Molotov before that smoke comes through. Hamster. Trying to be sneaky here. Eventually just falls back in towards Jag. Vlash is out. UNiTY taking space into mid. That's being given to them. Hamster's waiting for an engagement right outside of Jaguar. Meanwhile, UNiTY continue to use that util. Duel for Hamster. Wins the first, not the second. Good trade from Fida. Does he expect a cave player as well? Well, it doesn't really matter because UNiTY are readjusting in towards mid. A site hit would be very, very intelligent here because you've only got 1 player in the vicinity. It is Malchus. Technically the best rated player on the squad, but still. Op can be very one and done in these types of spots. It's the first, though, and there's no trade available because the spacing is just not that great for UNiTY. They weren't expecting that type of fight. Neofrag, oh, looks the wrong way at the wrong time, and Malchus still gets that frag, even though it felt like the flank was the one that would execute on it. Cleo finds Woozy, and it's all falling apart for UNiTY. A 4v4 down to a 4v1 in favor of Leo, and 4 unanswered frags for Leo to close out this round. Defusal easy as pie. 11-6 for Leo, who are absolutely cruising to the finish line at this point. No rounds found for UNiTY on their T side yet. 5 in a row for Leo. And this one felt good for them. I mean, you know, you're going to the A site, you pick the right one, you have the offer to worry about, but I'm just surprised they don't get more aggressive against Malchus. I understand it, given how good he's been as of late. You don't want to necessarily take a fight if the spacing isn't perfect, and it wasn't. But allowing him to stay alive is their undoing, because then their lurk can't really activate. And, I mean, to be honest with you, even if he does go in there, it's still tough because of the presence that's coming from the B side. But if Malchus is taken care of, then you don't really have to worry about that anymore, and then you can purely focus on rotations. So, yeah, ends up being a difference maker. Opening frag already for Leo as I'm blabbing along. Marisco is gone. OneUnique taking care of that. And now Malchus towards B. It's the shot. Harbor gone. Oh my goodness, you can see why he's at the top of the scoreboard for his team, at least coming into this one. It is Cleo, the rifler, who's got 18 this time, and OneUnique 1 frag above Malchus, but you know, he's really started to have an impact on the flow of play here. 5v3, UNiTY, what are you going to do? 50 seconds left. need to make a decision. Util, not great. 2 flashes, that's it. No smokes, no Molotovs, which makes life very difficult for them. You just have to win the duels. Hamster, ooh, okay. Almost gets caught out there. Lucky that bullet just hit his shoulder. Flashbang tossed. Bomb plant out of this honestly isn't bad given the lack of utility coming into the site. Now they have to hang on, which was not possible for them at all in that previous round. Flashbang going to get tossed. Donut players do effectively take care of one. The trade is good. They know that Fita's in the vicinity, but Fita hits another ripper of a headshot. Still a 3v2 in favor of Leo. They know where one is, so they might try to aggress towards the site and take care of the other ones. Exactly what happens. Then Fita is flushed out by one UNiTY. Time to defuse is there, and Leo will get a 12th. Another very nice retake, although it looked a little more effective, right? With those 2 frags coming through from Fita. It's just that there's too many bodies to deal with on the side of Leo. There are 5 players coming in for the retake versus only the 3 for UNiTY, and you need, you know, a couple of quick ones before losing a body, and that's not what they get. Great effort at the very least, but not enough for a round victory. One unique opening frag. This one could be over, folks, right here. Inferno up next. UNiTY's pick, and Leo are winless there over the last 3 months. Oh, excuse me. Not winless. They got 1 win, but 3 losses over the last 3 months. Amster and Murat2K get a couple more, and it's all Leo towards the finish line. Woozy falls. 3K for Amster. Leo take it without surrendering a single round in this second half of action. 13-6. Absolute domination, and when you looked at the stats and the way it was pictured, it played out exactly the same as you would expect, which doesn't always happen. But yeah, UNiTY having a weak T side and Leo having a strong CT side set the stage for exactly that. So well done for Leo, who do move into that second map with a 1-0 edge. But, you know, as I mentioned, Leo have not been playing well on Inferno, so maybe you have a UNiTY squad that can recover and get a win on their pick, but I don't know. Like, it all depends on, sometimes, you know, I mentioned that the stats matter. In this case, I don't know how much they'll have an impact because of the momentum that Leo have built up going onto that map of Inferno. Certainly, they'll need better results on their T side of Inferno, which has been their Achilles heel. Only 20% of their T rounds are victories on T side of Inferno. And UNiTY have been pretty effective there, although it's limited in terms of the amounts of matches they've played. Only 2 times have they been on Inferno. 13-11 against Wildcard Academy, like I mentioned before, and 13-9 against the Dark Tigers. So, yes, you know, good on Inferno, but is that good enough to get a win against Leo, who looks sharper mechanically right now? We'll have to wait and see after this break. All right, we're back into the swing of things here. Leo up against UNiTY, map number 2, which is UNiTY's pick here on Inferno, and it hasn't been the best of results for Leo up against Eyeballers and Sinners in particular. And that was back in August, though. We're in September now. It's a month later, and Leo have had a chance to think about all of those matches on Inferno, and maybe have been practicing to get ready for another opportunity to strike against a team that's foolish enough to pick against them. Well, I don't know if that's the case, but we'll see. UNiTY obviously want to get back on the right foot. What a fantastic start it was to Ancient, then it all slips away. 4-0 to 13-6. Ay, ay, ay. One unique. We'll get the opener onto Fida. Ooh, they can't get that trade. Oh my goodness, 3 frags simultaneously. Amster, 1 unique, and Malchus gone in the blink of an eye. And then Woozy gets the last 2. UNiTY pick up the opening pistol again. Even though it was looking kind of dire, I don't think I've ever seen 3 frags literally come through simultaneously like that before. Like, watch it again. That was exactly the same time. Wow. That is wild. UNiTY at least going to get off to that quick start again here. I don't know if it's going to be the same 4-0 we got previously, or even 2 rounds in a row, right? Because Leo are going for the force buy immediately. But at least, you know, they give themselves a little bit of a boost after losing every single round on their T side of Ancient. That's their first T side round so far in this series. Oh, that chicken needs to get out of that fire zone. Oh, goodness. Gotta protect the chickens. They should give chickens body armor. That'd be fun. Maybe for Halloween, Valve can give them some costumes. And dress up as CTs. Anyway. 54 seconds on the clock. UNiTY moving in. Fida into bracket and walks into an absolutely lethal crossfire. That will tempt UNiTY into the B site, but Leo are hard rotating. All 5 players coming on forward. Leo gets the first, not the second, but the reinforcements have arrived. That said, Neofrag in midair manages to collect a second for himself, evening out the numbers at a 3v3. 24 seconds left. They're trying to plant the bomb here. One unique looking to deny it. Does a lot of damage and finishes off Morisco. There is the plant, but this is far from over for UNiTY. Oh no, Neofrag overloaded, and it's all down to Woozy. UNiTY will get 1 from Woozy, but only 1 and then done. Amster finds the 2K, and Leo have tied things up immediately. This is what I was saying, you know, UNiTY didn't have to worry about that force buy on Ancient. They just got the round victory, and then Leo decided not to go for the force. They were on T side at the time. But now, being on CT side, they say, nope, we're going to get it. We're going to go in. 3 MP9s and 2 UMPs. So you got close and mid-range covered. Man, in the end, it's just the MP9s doing everything, honestly. Oh, aside from that first frag from Cleo, of course, to help keep his team in it towards that B site. But I also appreciate the decision from Leo. They say, we're just full rotating to B. They gamble it. It sometimes doesn't work out for you, but in that instance, because the bodies are there so quickly, UNiTY don't have the chance to get comfortable in a post plant. I mean, they only had 2 players left once the bomb was actually planted. One unique going to get the opener here. This is just the eco round for UNiTY with a hero AK in the mix. Ooh. Deagle's doing a little bit of damage, but there's a quick recovery on the side of Leo. AK gone. I believe one of the Deagles as well. And just Morisco and Darber left standing. UNiTY, a slow approach, potentially to their doom. Spot for Malchus. Incendiary there. Yeah, that's going to push them back further. I mean, there's only so much you can do if you're Unity at this stage. Couple of deagles now. There you go. Darber finds Malchus. Still a lot of time left, but yeah, that was the eventual response you got to expect. Cleo riddling Morisco with MP9 bullets, and then, oh, okay. Did he actually manage to throw away that AK? He did. And it couldn't be recovered. The little details coming through from Unity at the very least. In the losing round, they prevent Cleo from getting an upgrade to a rifle. But yeah, I mean, Leo still looking good here. And, you know, for Unity, this is a map where they actually do have a favorable T side. Sample size is small. We have to keep that in mind. Only 2 maps played throughout September here on Inferno. But they do have a 63.6% win percentage on their T side rounds. Early spam, back and forth. Little more damage for Leo than Unity. Now Unity just trying to send it towards B, and Malchus says, nope, not gonna happen. Sprays down 3 with the MP9. Darber and Morisco, the last 2 standing. At least Morisco gets some space towards A. Hold on a second. There's only 1 player here. Amster. And Amster pops around. Morisco, no chance to react. Darber, the last one, in a 1v3. If he gets the first, he gets a plant. Maybe. Library player comes out. No plant at all. Malchus is too fast in that rotation. And Leo will find themselves a third. Meaning the buy round goes awry for Unity. 3 rounds in a row for Leo after Unity got the pistol. Look at that. You're not supposed to be able to do that anymore with the MP9, Malchus. I don't think you got the memo. Fifth round of play. Smoke gonna get tossed for bottom mid. Nades for top mid. That's actually a nice little strat from Unity. Almost got a frag off of it. Malchus down to 11 HP. Honestly, feel like they deserved the frag in that instance. Unfortunate. As now they don't have anything but a flash. Couple of flashbangs left for Util. There's the spot for Amster. That is a lot of information. One Unity can capitalize off of that. Amster as well. They're just having a field day here toward mid. Final Neofrag does connect with the deagle shot onto one Unique, so they have to be a little cautious now on the side of Leo to avoid those deagles, and yeah, they are. They fall back. They know there's no reason to take the risks. Cleo finds Neofrag as well, and it's all down to Morisco. A minute left on the clock for him to try to maneuver around here. Not much to lose. Well, you could argue there is, you know, a couple of flashbangs in the deagle. $1,100 that you won't have to invest the next round. I feel like potentially doing economic damage could be more beneficial for him. And he won't get that either. Flashbang was good, but Cleo just sprayed him down effectively. Well, blind. So that's a 4th in a row for Leo, as you would expect in that round, since it was the eco for Unity. Timeout called for Unity off of that, saying, okay, guys, like, what's going on here? Our T sides of Inferno are supposed to be better. And we only have 1 round. Let's get the show started. Timeout expires. Unity have talked things over. They've got the full belts of Util. AKs for everyone. This is what you want to see on Inferno. I think the one thing that's probably tough for Unity is trying to activate the AWP on T side. A lot of teams opt not to use it, and it seems like, well, I mean, they haven't had that much money yet, so I don't know if they want to necessarily, but it wouldn't surprise me if they just had Woozy on a rifle for the entirety of the half. Not an Opper's map on T side, let's say, unless you're a very mobile, dynamic Opper who likes to be on the move, which is not the style that everyone deploys. Flashbang tossed. Nothing off of it, though. UNiTY falling back. Playing a very defaulty setup right now. One thing is they haven't really used much of their utility. You know, you see still a decent chunk available for them versus Leo have used a lot. There's the smoke break. Could gain the advantage here on Cleo. Yeah, looks like it. Cleo in trouble. Neofrag finds the opener. 5v4 just like that, and they're hoping that Leo will make that big rotation that they did in a previous round. We'll just send one player here, maybe a second. Malchus, the Opper, going towards B. It felt like for a moment UNiTY were going to fake it, but committing those smokes means that they're going for this one. And that means that Malchus is in the right spot. They'll have Amster rotating over. I feel like 18 seconds left. This isn't the best play now. Look, great flashbang thrown. Murat 2K gets a couple. And the third pulls out the pistol and finds the last as well. He is on for the ace. Won't get it because Morisco's just too far gone, but... too far gone away from the side, I should say. But, oh my goodness, that's just not what I would have expected based upon the way UNiTY played that. Because they threw that initial salvo utility, they got the rotation from Leo, there was more presence on that B site, and then given the time left on the clock, it would have made more sense to rotate back to the A site. But then at the last second, they go, oh, okay, let's go B, with less than 20 seconds available to you. So things have to go very perfectly. And a lot of teams can't pull that off, don't get me wrong. But UNiTY didn't look like they had the utility nor the spacing to pull that one in their favor. Anyway, Murat 2K is going to get the opener on Neofrag, and he continues to be impactful in key moments for this Leo squad. And we can't forget that he was the one that delivered, that first round in round number 5 back on Ancient for his squad. Darber gets the opener on Malchus, gets a trade back onto Malchus, but one unique will find Woozy. Darber with the op, okay. What are you cooking, Darber? Second for him. Got that off the body of Malchus. Rat 2K. Going in towards Boiler. Doesn't expect Fita there. Okay, UNiTY. Looking good now. 3v2. Just have to find one unique and Cleo. And this round is theirs. Don't let the clock get away from you this time, UNiTY. "35 seconds now. You have a 3v2. You don't have to worry. You can go." Now they're set up for it. Okay. One unique gonna get one. Fita finds the trade, but Cleo's coming in on a flank that won't be expected at all. They've just cleared out this space. It's not going to be the first place they're going to look. They're going to look towards Library and look towards Pit. Multiple other spots before they think about checking lane again. And you see, Fita's position known. That's huge information for Cleo. Now he's looking for that next player. Gets the free clear here. Fita's not expecting it at all. Oh no! Oh no! Cleo looks away. He thought he went deeper into the site. And Fita will find that for free. Not the expectation. Thought he would hard clear those angles. So UNiTY in the end do pull off the round. Even though it felt like Leo continued to have good positioning there. That's a nice flick from Fita as well. Alrighty. Now UNiTY have to pull off a little bit of a round win streak, let's say. You don't want to get this round isolated because your money, while it is actually in a good spot because of the way they won that previous round, you still want to get that little bit of momentum back in your favor on your T side of a map where you typically perform well. All right, we're getting ready to go again. Leo built up a ton of money, so they are not too fussed for cash or buy-ups. 4 A1Ss and the AWP. Util dump on both sides here towards Banana, as you usually expect on Inferno. Good counter utility from Leo, throwing that incendiary down as UNiTY were trying to make a push up, but a great shot from Fida right before the flashbang. Timing a little off on the spacing for the flash, and it cost 2 players' lives there on Leo. 5v3. Damage was done to Fida and Neofrag, but that's not what's on Leo's minds right now. They know they only have their B anchor left. Murat 2K has been good for multi-kills. Just, this one might be a little difficult. Yes, you have a couple of players who are low, but you imagine they're going to send one of those in first so they can try to find an instant trade afterwards. Assuming they even go B. I mean, look, 43 seconds left on the clock, and they still haven't committed to a bomb site, not to mention the bomb is still on the ground. There's that smoke toss for B. Neofrag's really exposed. Yeah, you're going to want... I'm assuming that's just to bait out attention towards the B site. That's the case. Because if they're trying to get a trade there, should have been a player closer. Anyway, this round isn't over yet. Great flashbang onto Malkus, though. He hits nothing! I thought he got that shot, but it was actually Amster who gets Darber, and then Woozy takes care of that. Murat 2K last one standing, and he's not going to do anything. UNiTY playing some very slow, methodical Counter-Strike on their T side. But you can see, when it works, it looks fantastic. When it doesn't, you don't look too great. But in that situation, at least there was more time than the less than 20 seconds where they went to B with. And it worked out quite nicely. I think the flashbang was brilliant. Malkus couldn't see a single thing. And even when he got visibility, I think a bullet hit him and just aim punch hit. And he couldn't connect that shot with the AWP. Even if he does, like, he's dead instantly either way. And it was Amster to get the frag. Murat 2K manages to save the A1S with that frag. And it'll be a third for UNiTY, but a couple in a row, more importantly. Still, going to be a buy up here on the side of Leo. They have enough cash, along with an AK grabbed off the ground for Murat 2K to have a potent defense. Timeout called by Leo at the very last second before the round was about to start. Just want to discuss things. Still see the buy-up hasn't come through for Amster or Cleo. I mean, obviously that's going to happen. Now I'm suspecting a technical issue. What is going on here? No, that's just a timeout to talk things over. Okay. They're all good. As we head into round number 9. Leo had a 5-1 lead. And that was 5 rounds in a row for them. I remember how streaky it was at the beginning of Ancient as well. 4 in a row for UNiTY. And it was 6 in a row for Leo before he ended up tied 6-6. So maybe we're going to get more of that. Oh, Neofrag, what an opener onto Murat 2K. Leo unable to hold back this UNiTY squad with the utility. And now UNiTY looking at not only a man advantage, right, but a utility edge as well overall. It's only slight for the time being, but eventually, you know, those CTs have to burn more of it just to keep map control. Double stack setup from Porch works! One unique with 3! Pulls out the pistols, he runs out of bullets in the magazine, and gets a 4th for himself, now on for the ace. Woozy, the last one standing. UNiTY misses the shots, but Cleo will not. Actually, UNiTY didn't miss the shots. I think he hit the dink. And then Cleo gets the finishing touch. Almost the ace, just short of it for one UNiTY, but what a play. And a call from Leo, right? You stack 2 players up at Porch. I think 1 high, 1 low. And then, obviously, 1 UNiTY does most of the work, and then they back off. And go towards that A site to finish the job. What a way to stop the momentum from UNiTY, especially after that wicked opener they found. 6-3 for Leo, trying to take control here again on map number 2. Bit of an issue in terms of the buy-up, though, because they've been losing a lot of bodies. The money's been running dry. And 2 MP9s walking into this one, and another crazy peek and frag towards that B site. This time, they're just going to go off a bit. Murat 2K can't get anything. UNiTY venting some of their frustrations off of the result of that previous round here on Leo. Unbelievable stuff. And now, again, you know, because the money was a concern in that previous round, or should say in this round to even get a buy-up, Amster and Malchus are like, no, we're keeping these guns. We are keeping these firmly in our possession. UNiTY have zero reason to hunt, given their economy. So you'd imagine that they'll play it intelligently and stay away from Leo. Marisco is a little tempted to hunt. Maybe you could argue he can go for something with the $1,500 in his bank account. But he won't tread too far away from the rest of his squad. UNiTY picked up a 4th. Technical timeout is being called now. I was wondering maybe if there were issues in that previous round, but they thought they had them sorted out on the side of Leo after their attack. But now they do call for the tech. Hearing typing. So we'll see if this one will end quickly. Either way, I mean, again, you know, very reminiscent of the way Ancient played out. A little different in the start, but in the mid-rounds here, I shouldn't say in the mid-rounds, in the middle of the half, things are looking like we may end up with another 6-6 tie or something close to it, 6-6, 7-5. I think it all depends on how UNiTY play on their weaker side, which in this case would be CT. And I'd say Leo as well, who technically in 4 maps have a 20% T-round win percentage, which is, well, I don't have to say it. It's not good. So I'm not sure how long this delay is going to take, guys. I'm waiting for information to see if this is something that might be a little longer. Don't see anything just yet. So I'm assuming it's just a ping issue or something that we're trying to resolve and hopefully should be relatively quick. Looking at that scoreboard, one unique, 12-8, leading the charge on both sides of the server. And, you know, you've seen the impact come through for him. I believe it was a couple of... No, he had one 4K, and I think it was Murat 2K on the B side who had a 4K as well from Dark. But still, you know, a couple of 4Ks coming through for Leo at key moments to try and stop the momentum of UNiTY, but I think it's really great for UNiTY to get that response immediately, find that 4th round. And now, not only did they find the 4th round, but it was clean, right? They went very aggressively towards Banana, did not give Leo a chance to recover this time. And instead of backing off of that early frag that they got towards top Banana in the previous round, this time they just go with it and they send it to B, which probably would have been the right choice in the previous one too. Anyway, we've just lost Neo frag, which I think means that this might take a little bit longer, guys. So we are going to hit a break. When we come back, we'll jump right back into the action here on Inferno. Alright, and we're back. Everything's been solved. Neofrag is on the server again, and we're ready to play. UNiTY. Trying to continue their recovery here on Inferno. Down 5-1. And they've won 3 of the last 4. PETA. Ooh, overloaded here. They try to go fast in towards a bracket, and they get absolutely shut down as soon as they arrive towards Arch side. Oh my goodness. Morisco tries to get out. He won't either. Leo absolutely thundering through this vicinity of the map and destroying every single body they come in contact with. No one dies for Leo, and UNiTY are thinking, how do we go from stomping them to them stomping us? Sometimes those technical timeouts will have a negative impact on the team that seems to have momentum, and that appears to have been the case. Although they just walked out into a slaughter. Flashbangs didn't really hit the mark, and there was full visibility for Leo. Unbelievable stuff. .140 on the clock, last round to play in this first half of action. And UNiTY deciding to go back to their slow play after getting absolutely drubbed in that previous one. Kiss holds the line and hits the shot in his opposing opper. Malchus looking for the follow-up as well. Trying to be dynamic, aggressive, great Molotov tossed forward. I'm not sure if that was actually Leo that threw it or it was a misthrown molly from UNiTY, but either way, one Unique catches Darber, thinking about what he was going to clear, and then, well, one Unique does get fragged by Morisco, and Neofrag finds one on Cleo. Okay, UNiTY trying to recover here from this 5v3. Brought it down to even numbers. Need to pick a bomb site. It's just that A's really weird right now. Like, everyone's all over the place. It's hard to get a read on where Amster is if you're Morisco. So that could be overlooked, but he's just walking around. And I think that battle for the A site could determine how this one goes. In the meantime, UNiTY are executing towards B. And I say that, and there's only 30 seconds left, so it's actually going to go B. You think, oh no, UNiTY, don't do this. Don't do this. Oh, they're going back to A. They're finished. They're cooked. Amster made it all the way down towards bottom mid with Marat 2K. And now while Morisco will get one, he won't win the round. Marat 2K finds the last. And if they had just committed to the B site, then they would have had it. But because I said maybe that play towards A would determine the round, I thought it wouldn't because of the fact that they had just thrown their utility towards B. And I thought they were just going to execute there. But it ends up still having an impact. If that player gets killed on the A site quickly, then it won't matter anymore. They go B and they'll probably have a good chance of coming out with the round. Instead, they try to double back. And because Leo were working the back line so mysteriously, they didn't realize how far they'd gotten on their flank. That's a tough one for UNiTY. Only 4 rounds on their T side. No tied scoreline this time. No full recovery. 8-4 for Leo. Now they go over to CT side. Both teams going to their weaker sides. But I'd say Leo are in a better position to kind of try and muster something together on their T side than UNiTY on CT end. All right, we got the tick-tocking of the clock. Countdown commenced, and we are into it in 20 seconds with that second half of action. But suffice to say, UNiTY need to get off to a hot start. I mean, yes, pistol might not be that important, but a bomb plant, or excuse me, not a bomb plant, denying the bomb plant, if possible, would be key. I'm just going to go ahead and rephrase that. What I meant to say was the pistol round's not important, but getting everything locked and loaded on CT side as soon as possible is, and you can always force buy after the pistol round on your CT side if you lose. But they need to get into it quickly. Within the first 3 rounds, a round victory, I'd say, is required for UNiTY. Haven't been too bad on their pistols. See what they can do here. Woozy. Dualies in hand. 3 players stacked up towards the B site. Neofrag gets the spot, but he gets a bullet to the head and sees his teammate fall to the ground. Oh no, that is not at all the start that UNiTY were hoping for. Player walking wounded is finished off by Murat2K. Oh, and what a swing for him into CT. Spots out the third as well. Fida gone. Murat2K continues to be a beast on the multi-kills. Leo will get the 9th. Darber, absolutely zero chance. Just wants to save the armor to force up in the next, but Leo are not going to allow him that comfort. They are just absolutely surrounding him. He needs to frag everyone. Nice shot onto the first, but he's got 4 more required. No one is letting up here for Leo, and there he falls in library. Murat2K finishes off the last. A 4K for him in the round. Unreal stuff. I still think, even without the armor save, that UNiTY are going to go for the force buy. They absolutely do, as I'm saying that. So it's going to be Deagles for 3, 5.7s for a couple, and a decent amount of util available. I think maybe the problem that could arise here for UNiTY is 3 players without the head armor, and usually that wouldn't be necessarily an issue up against the AKs, but there's only 1 AK now. 3 Galils and a MAC-10. Those Galils are insta-headshots without armor. Nice nade at the very least for UNiTY. Cleo trying to return the favor, and yeah, they will. Neofrag down to half health. Tries to toss another nade, just tickles Murat2K for a little bit of damage. Not going to be shaken up at all. Good flashbang toss from Murat2K to go for a clear. They don't see anything. UNiTY are stacked up on B. If Leo get an inkling of what's happening here at the B site, then maybe they'll just back off and go A. But if they don't, then there's a very, very good chance of UNiTY coming through with this force buy victory. 47 seconds left now. It's going B. This is your chance, UNiTY. Can you hit the shots with the pistols? Util is very strong on the side of Leo, and Cleo, despite being blinded, hits the frag and the spam. Malchus finds another Amster onto Woozy, and nothing, not a singular frag for those pistols. That is unbelievable work from Leo to deny that. The util absolutely on point. They were so confident in their execute that they didn't even care if the site was stacked. They knew that they would go into that with things in their favor, and they were absolutely right. I mean, you saw the damage that was being delivered to the HP bars of UNiTY as those Molotovs and nades were sailing in. Oh my goodness. Round number 15. On the clock. Here come Leo towards an empty B site. UNiTY were stacked up in the opposite side, and yeah. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Didn't expect Woozy to hit that headshot. Grabs the Galil off the ground. I don't know if he has any appetite to go for this, but they have the bomb as well. Oh, Darber gets that shot on Amster. This is a fantastic find for UNiTY. Leo are scrambling to try and get back in here. Darber cut off from going up towards that bomb. Now Leo, 45 seconds left. The guns have been recovered on the side of UNiTY. It's getting really problematic. They threw a smoke as well to guys off the vision for Leo. There goes Cleo to grab it. Darber with the USB can't do anything. Here comes the Galil. Nothing else. This is Murat2K. Again, another multi-kill. 3 for him. It got really scary for Leo. But they're unable to convert off of that potential gift that was handed to them. We got another technical timeout called. I did mention UNiTY needed one of those first three. Not getting anything puts them in a very dire spot. 2 rounds for Leo, and this one's done. All right, Leo trying to go fast in towards this B site of Banana. And eventually they're rebuffed. I mean, good job for UNiTY. It is technically a bonus round for Leo. Woozy hits the shot onto Amster. Molotov tossed in Woozy's directions. 3 players remain here for UNiTY on this A site. And Leo are just going back and forth. A, B, A, B. Unable to find anything on those opening engagements. They did leave a player behind at top Banana. That is Murat 2K. 19 frags for him. Playing out of his mind. And, you know, I said it before, not the player you expect to be at the top of the scoreboard, but he has absolutely done that on both of the first 2 maps. Neofrag gets Murat 2K. One Unique does strike for 1, but it's in the midst of losing a couple of his teammates. Nice nade toss to Neofrag. Oh, they could pull this one off. One Unique spots out Neofrag, but loses his life. Fantastic trade from Darber. Malchus does have site control, but he needs to fight off 3 players. They're going to swing him with all 3 of them eventually, and Darber will take care of it before they even need the 3rd to activate. UNiTY will stay alive with a 5th round here, but again, that was the bonus for Leo. The guns are going to come out now. Op duel potentially on the cards. Malchus and Woozy, both towards Banana. Not often that you see the op being run on T-side Inferno, while Malchus is feeling confident with it, so he decides to hold the line towards that Banana position. That being said, Leo are slowly lurking their way up towards this A site. They've got presence in the apartments. A player going towards Boiler. Yeah, I would imagine they want to go for an A finish given the space that they've gained at this stage. Smoke toss for Arch. There's one for Moto as well, and Pit. Util's been great for Leo throughout the entirety of this series, so it's no surprise to see this. Have to clear Cubby, though. Oh, they do. Feed is gone. And now they're going to pincer towards B. Oh, and they're going to catch UNiTY in rotation because they think it's going A. Oh, Woozy does realize in time and holds the line with the AWP to find Cleo, but he will be traded out through the smoke. Amster finds that. Neofrag delivers 2, though, under dire circumstances, brings it down to even numbers, and makes this recoverable for UNiTY. I think the problem is Marisco's walking in with a Mac 10. That will make things a lot more difficult. Maybe if Malchus misses a shot, you have a chance, but he hasn't been missing a lot. Yeah, there you go. Marisco gone. They didn't have the util to rebuff that, and Malchus gets both. Up to 10 frags now. Only half of Murat 2Ks, but still, those are impactful frags for the Opera of Leo. 12-5 for Leo. One more round, and they are going on to the Swiss stage of CCT EU number 8, with UNiTY falling to 1-1. They'll still have a chance, but they'll have to win their next matchup. Assuming that's how it goes down. We could always get 7 in a row for UNiTY and then run overtime. It's the beauty of Counter-Strike. You just never know. Malchus, oh, gets deleted by Neofrag. I don't even see him on Malchus's screen. So that's tough for them. And then the follow-up through the smoke. Neofrag is saying, we're not dead yet. We still got life, blood flowing through our veins. One Unique just wants to pull a frag back. Just wants to make this only a man advantage instead of a two-man edge. Smoke gonna get tossed. The good news for Leo is that it happens early, so they have a little bit of chance to maneuver around here and try to isolate fights. But this setup towards Banana is really dangerous. This is so bad if you don't throw a Molotov. Oh, how does Murat2K win that cleanly? I thought there was a player watching. Neofrag eventually pops out, gets two more, on for the ace, but won't be able to convert that. That being said, it is a 1v3. Amster throws the CT smoke. 43 seconds left. Has to clutch this one out. Bomb plant would be good for their money, and they will get that. Oh, great flashbang, but Amster, how? He was fully blinded. That's just a fortunate spray to get the first, the second as well. Down to the 1v1, only 29 HP left. The MP9, the perfect weapon for the job, but it's not going to do it. Amster clutches the 1v3. I don't even know how he gets the first. Maybe his vision was slightly recovered. That's wild. We need to see that again. How does he clutch that out? I mean, Leo won. They've advanced to the Swiss stage, but Neofrag, one short of the ace, and that ends up being the difference. Yeah, I guess his vision was slightly recovering. No idea. That is insane. Murat2K deserves all the praise, though, throughout the entirety of this BO3. Looked absolutely phenomenal. I think he's a player that is the MVP of this series because of his performance here on Inferno, some key clutches coming through for him, and not to mention the one that mattered the most on Ancient. Down 4-0, a 5v2. He gets 3 frags and 2 coming through from Malchus as well, but that's not what mattered. What mattered was opening up that space for Murat2K, by Murat2K, in order, excuse me, getting too excited, by getting those frags. And I mean, he did it throughout the entirety, as mentioned, of this BO3. On the side of UNiTY, I mean, we saw flashes, we saw, moments where like, okay, this team could perform well. It's just that their T side was very, very lacking. I mean, what was it, 4 rounds combined across 2 maps of play? That's not good enough under any circumstances. And we know that there's potentially a CT lean happening right now in the meta, where teams are ending up with better CT sides, but that means that you just have to come out with a more potent T side, especially on your map picks. And, on a map like Inferno, you need to get more than 4 rounds T side. You need to be, I would say 5, 6 is probably the standard, given the way Inferno plays out right now. And you saw Leo dominating when they switched over. And that's not even their better side. They were not doing well on T side prior to this. Anyway, look, that's going to wrap up this series. Leo, they move on to the next stage of CCT number 8, whereas UNiTY will still be fighting for it in their next matchup. Maybe they can learn from this one and take those learnings and utilize them effectively in the next series. That being said, we are going to take a bit of an extended break before we get to our next one. And I think that one is actually going to be very, very good. It is going to be Fireflux up against Eternal Fire, but we're only going to get there in about an hour and 15 minutes. See you guys in a little bit.